When my daughter told me I'd die broke and wouldn't see a penny of my husband's $50 million, I stood there feeling like my heart had been ripped out twice in 1 week. 10 days later, I watched her scream as the lawyer read the will that left every single penny to me. That's when I realized that sometimes karma doesn't need your help to serve up the perfect revenge. If you've ever been betrayed by someone you loved more than life itself, subscribe now and tell me in the comments where you're watching from. Because trust me, what happened next is going to make your jaw hit the floor. The day Harold died started like any other Tuesday. I was in our kitchen, the morning sun streaming through the windows of the home we'd shared for 38 years. I remember the steam rising from my coffee mug, the sound of the grandfather clock in the hallway, and the way the diamond on my wedding ring caught the light as I reached for the phone when it rang. Mrs. Eleanor Mitchell? The voice was formal, unfamiliar. This is Mercy General Hospital. There's a moment that splits your life in two, the before and after. That phone call was mine. My husband of nearly 4 decades, the man who'd held my hand through 3 miscarriages before we had our daughter, the one who'd built an empire from nothing but grit and determination, had collapsed during his morning meeting. A massive heart attack, they said. He was gone before the ambulance even arrived. I don't remember dropping the phone. I don't remember falling to my knees on our imported Italian marble floors. But I remember the sound that came out of me, a wail so primal it seemed to come from somewhere deeper than my own body. Mrs. Mitchell? Are you there? Mrs. Mitchell? The tiny voice from the phone on the floor seemed a million miles away. I was 72 years old, and suddenly, for the first time since I was 19, I was alone. They say grief comes in waves. What they don't tell you is that sometimes those waves hit while you're drowning in betrayal, and that's when you either sink or find a strength you never knew you had. I called my daughter, Catherine, immediately after I managed to pick myself up off the floor. Catherine, our only child. The girl Harold and I had poured everything into. She'd always been closer to her father, something that stung but that I'd accepted long ago. Harold spoiled her, and I was always the practical one, the voice of reason. The boring parent, as she'd once called me during a teenage tantrum. Kathy, I'd said, my voice breaking. It's Dad. He's gone. There was silence on the other end of the line, then a sharp intake of breath. What happened? Her voice was flat, controlled. I explained about the heart attack, about how sudden it had been. How the doctors said he wouldn't have suffered. I'll be there in an hour, she said and hung up. I sat in Harold's study, surrounded by the trappings of our life together. The photographs on the walls told our story. Our wedding day, Catherine's birth, family vacations, Harold receiving awards for his business achievements. The room smelled like him, that mix of expensive cologne and the mint candies he always kept in his pocket. My hands shook as I called our family lawyer, Roger Whitman. Harold and Roger had been friends since college, and Roger had handled all our legal affairs for decades. Eleanor. Roger's voice was soft with shock and grief. I just heard. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Roger. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, hollow and distant. I don't know what to do next. Don't worry about a thing, he said. I'll handle everything. The will, the arrangements, you just take care of yourself. When you're ready, we'll sit down and go through everything. I nodded, forgetting he couldn't see me through the phone. Harold had everything in order, didn't he? He always did. There was the slightest pause before Roger answered. Yes, Eleanor. Everything is in order. Harold was very thorough in his planning. Something in his tone made me pause, but before I could ask what he meant, I heard the front door open and Catherine's voice calling for me. I have to go, I told Roger. Catherine's here. Of course. I'll be in touch soon. And Eleanor? Stay strong. I hung up the phone and went to meet my daughter. Catherine stood in our foyer, her husband Derek beside her. At 45, my daughter was still strikingly beautiful, Harold's blue eyes, my high cheekbones, and a confidence that came from never having to worry about money a day in her life. Derek, 10 years her junior, was handsome in that manufactured way that always made me uneasy. Too perfect, too polished. They'd been married for 5 years, after Catherine's first marriage ended in a divorce that Harold paid handsomely to keep quiet. "Mom," Catherine said, stepping forward to embrace me. The hug was brief, perfunctory. She pulled back, her eyes already dry. "Tell me exactly what happened." I recounted the phone call, the few details I had. As I spoke, I noticed Derek wandering around the foyer, his eyes taking in the artwork, the antiques, as if he were praising them. "Has Roger called?" Catherine asked when I finished. The question struck me as odd. Not "how are you holding up?" or "what can I do to help?" but a question about the lawyer. "Yes," I said slowly. "Just before you arrived." "What did he say?" "About the will?" Her voice was too eager, too sharp. "Catherine," I said, my voice breaking, "your father just died. We haven't even discussed funeral arrangements yet." She had the grace to look momentarily ashamed, but it passed quickly. "Of course, Mom. I'm just trying to be practical. Dad would want us to handle things efficiently." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with grief. "The will can wait. Right now, I need my daughter." Catherine nodded, but there was something calculating in her eyes that I'd never seen before, or perhaps had never allowed myself to see. "Of course, Mom," she said, taking my arm and leading me to the living room. "Let's sit down. This must be so hard for you." The words were right, but the tone was wrong. It was as if she were reading from a script, playing the part of the concerned daughter, without feeling any of the emotion behind it. Derek followed us, his eyes still roaming over the room like a predator surveying potential prey. "Beautiful home," he said, running his fingers along the back of our custom sofa that had cost more than most people's cars. Harold certainly had exquisite taste. Had. Past tense. My husband wasn't even cold, and already they were speaking of him as a closed chapter. "Would you like some tea?" I asked, falling back on decades of being the perfect hostess, even as my world collapsed around me. "Do you have anything stronger?" Derek asked with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I think we could all use it." I nodded and went to the bar cabinet, pouring 3 glasses of Harold's favorite scotch, the one he'd been saving for special occasions. This wasn't the occasion he'd intended, but it seemed fitting somehow. As I handed them their glasses, Catherine cleared her throat. "Mom, we need to talk about what happens next." "The funeral," I said. Harold always said he wanted something simple. Family only. Catherine took a long sip of her scotch. "Yes, of course. But I meant after that. The business, the estate, all of it." I blinked at her, struggling to follow. "What about it?" Derek leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "What Catherine is trying to say, Eleanor, is that there will be a lot of decisions to make. The company, the properties, the investments. It's a lot for someone your age to handle alone." Someone my age. As if I were ancient and feeble, rather than a woman who had stood beside her husband as he built his business from nothing, who had managed our household and social calendar with precision for decades. "I'm perfectly capable of making decisions," I said, my voice firmer than I expected. "And Harold and I discussed everything extensively. I know exactly what he wanted." Catherine and Derek exchanged a look I couldn't quite decipher. "Mom," Catherine said, her voice suddenly gentle in a way that immediately put me on edge. "Dad always protected you from the complexities of his business affairs. It's okay to admit you might need help." "Help?" I repeated flatly. "Yes," she said, nodding eagerly. "Derek and I have been discussing it, and we think the best solution is for us to step in and take over the management of everything. You won't have to worry about a thing." The audacity of it stunned me into silence. They'd been discussing it before Harold was even dead? And now they thought they could simply take over? "That's very thoughtful," I managed to say. "But unnecessary. Harold and Roger have everything arranged." Catherine's smile tightened. "Mom, be reasonable. You've never worked a day in your life. You don't know the first thing about running a multinational corporation." The casual cruelty of her words felt like a slap. I had worked, in the early days of our marriage, putting Harold through business school while pregnant with Catherine. And while I hadn't been in the boardroom, I had been Harold's confidant, his sounding board, for every major decision he'd ever made. I think you're getting ahead of yourself, I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. Nothing needs to be decided today. Derek drained his glass and set it down with a thunk that made me wince. Actually, Eleanor, time is of the essence in these situations. Markets react, competitors move in. Decisions need to be made quickly. The funeral is on Friday, I said firmly. We can discuss business matters next week, when Roger calls us in to read the will. Another look passed between them, this one unmistakable in its meaning. They were impatient, eager to get their hands on what they already considered theirs. Mom, Catherine said, her voice dropping to a confidential tone. There's something you should know. Dad talked to me about his plans for the company. About a month ago, actually. I froze, my glass halfway to my lips. What plans? She leaned back, a small, satisfied smile playing at her lips. He was planning to step down, to hand over control to me and Derek. He was going to announce it next month at the shareholders' meeting. The lie was so blatant, so completely contrary to everything Harold had told me, that for a moment I couldn't speak. Harold had been planning to retire, yes, but he had been grooming his protege, Michael Chen, to take over. Not our daughter, who had never shown any interest in the business beyond the lifestyle it afforded her. That's not true, I said quietly. Catherine's eyes hardened. It is true. Dad knew I was ready. He knew Derek and I could take Mitchell Industries to the next level. Your father never mentioned any such plans to me, I said. And we discussed everything. Derek laughed, a short, dismissive sound that made my skin crawl. With all due respect, Eleanor, there were many things Harold didn't discuss with you. Business matters, primarily. The condescension in his tone made my blood boil, but years of social training kept my expression neutral. I see. And when exactly did Harold inform you of these plans, Derek? During your weekly golf games that never seemed to happen. A flash of anger crossed his face before he composed himself. Catherine and I have been preparing for this transition for months. Harold trusted us. Then I'm sure Roger will confirm these arrangements when we meet with him, I said, rising from my seat. The conversation was making me sick to my stomach. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to lie down. It's been a difficult day. Catherine stood as well, blocking my path slightly. Mom, I know this is hard for you. Change always is, especially at your age. But you need to understand that this is what Dad wanted. The company, the estate, it's all going to be under our management now. I looked at my daughter, really looked at her, and for the first time in my life, I didn't recognize the person standing before me. Where was the little girl who used to climb into our bed during thunderstorms? The teenager who, despite her rebellions, would still curl up beside me to watch old movies on Sunday afternoons? When had she become this cold, calculating woman who couldn't even wait until her father was buried before making a grab for his money? We'll discuss this later, I said, stepping around her. I'm very tired. As I reached the doorway, Derek called after me. Eleanor, one more thing. Catherine and I were thinking it might be best if you considered moving to a smaller place. This house is so large for just one person, and the upkeep is expensive. I stopped in my tracks, my back to them, grateful they couldn't see the shock and hurt on my face. They wanted to push me out of my home. The home Harold and I had built together, where we'd raised our daughter, celebrated holidays, and built a life. Without turning around, I said, as I said, we'll discuss everything after the funeral. Good night. I walked upstairs to our bedroom, my bedroom now, and closed the door behind me. Only then did I allow the tears to come, hot and fast, streaming down my face as I covered my mouth to muffle the sobs. On the nightstand was a photograph of Harold and me on our 35th anniversary, both of us laughing as we cut a cake decorated with the words, "Still crazy after all these years." I picked it up, tracing his face with my fingertip. "Oh, Harold," I whispered, "what am I going to do without you?" The next 3 days passed in a blur of funeral arrangements, calls from well-wishers, and floral deliveries that filled the house with a sickly sweet scent that reminded me of hospitals and death. Catherine and Derek stayed in the guest house on our property, coming to the main house each day with more suggestions. about how I should handle my future. Each one amounted to the same thing: step aside, hand everything over to them, and fade quietly into the background of my own life. I nodded and deferred, too exhausted by grief to fight. Let them think they'd won. The will reading would set everything straight. Or so I thought, until the night before the funeral, when everything changed. I was in Harold's study, surrounded by photo albums and mementos, seeking comfort in the tangible evidence of our life together. The house was quiet. Catherine and Derek had gone out to dinner with friends, a fact that had raised eyebrows among the few relatives who had already arrived for the funeral. Who goes out to celebrate while in mourning? The phone rang, startling me from my reverie. It was nearly 10 o'clock. "Hello," I answered, my voice rough from crying. "Eleanor, it's Roger." Our lawyer's voice was tight, urgent. "I need to see you. Tonight. Can I come over?" "Now?" "Roger, it's late, and the funeral is tomorrow." "I know, and I'm sorry, but this can't wait. It's about the will." My heart skipped a beat. "What about it?" "Not over the phone. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Before I could respond, he hung up. I sat there, the receiver still in my hand, a sense of foreboding washing over me. Roger had been Harold's friend for 50 years. He'd been our lawyer for almost as long. He was steady, methodical, not given to dramatic gestures or midnight visits. Whatever had prompted this couldn't be good. I went to the kitchen and put on a pot of coffee. If we were going to have this conversation now, I needed to be alert. Exactly 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Roger stood on my doorstep, his normally immaculate appearance disheveled, his silver hair standing up as if he'd been running his hands through it repeatedly. "Eleanor," he said, taking my hands in his. "Thank you for seeing me." "Of course," I said, leading him to the kitchen where the coffee was ready. "What's going on, Roger? You're scaring me." He set his briefcase on the kitchen table and accepted a cup of coffee with a grateful nod. "I've been doing some digging, Eleanor, into Derek's background." This was not what I'd expected. "Derek? Why?" Roger took a deep breath. "Because something didn't feel right. The way he and Catherine have been positioning themselves, the comments they've been making around town about taking over everything, it struck me as too calculated, too prepared." I sank into a chair across from him. "Go on." "Derek isn't who he says he is," Roger said flatly. "His real name is Daniel Erickson. He's been married twice before Catherine, both times to wealthy older women. Both marriages ended after significant sums of money were transferred to accounts in his name." The kitchen seemed to spin around me. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that Daniel, is a con man. And I think he's been working on Catherine for years, turning her against you, convincing her that she deserves to control Harold's fortune." "But why would Catherine listen to him? She knows us. She knows we've always had her best interests at heart." Roger's expression was grim. "Money changes people, Eleanor. And Derek is very, very good at what he does. I think he's been poisoning Catherine against you for years, little by little. And now, with Harold gone, they're making their move." I finished, the pieces falling into place. "Exactly. But here's where it gets worse." Roger opened his briefcase and pulled out a folder. 3 weeks ago, someone accessed Harold's private files at the office. Security footage shows Derek entering Harold's office at 2 a.m. using Catherine's key card. My blood ran cold. What was he looking for? The will, I think. Or information about it. Roger slid a document across the table to me. "This is a copy of the will that was in Harold's desk at the office. It's an old version from about 5 years ago. It splits the estate equally between you and Catherine." "But that's not the current will," I said, confused. "Harold updated it last year after." I trailed off, the memory still painful. "After he found out Catherine had been embezzling from the company," Roger finished for me. "Yes, the current will is very different. And I think Derek found the old will and believes it's the current one, which is why they're so confident." I stared at him, the implications sinking in. "So tomorrow at the reading?" "They're going to be in for quite a shock," Roger confirmed. "But Eleanor, that's not why I'm here. I'm here Because I'm worried about your safety. My safety. I repeated, the words not making sense in my fog of shock. If Derek is who I think he is, if he's been manipulating Catherine all these years, working toward this moment, he's not going to take this setback well. Men like him, they don't just walk away when they're thwarted. A chill ran down my spine. You think he might try to harm me? Roger nodded slowly. I think you need to be very, very careful after the will reading tomorrow. In fact, I've taken the liberty of arranging for some security to be present, and I'd like to recommend that you consider staying somewhere else for a few days, just until we can be sure of how they'll react. I thought of Catherine's cold eyes, Derek's calculating gaze. The way they'd already started treating me like an inconvenience to be managed rather than a grieving widow. A person to be moved out of their way. No, I said, straightening my spine. This is my home. I won't be driven from it by fear, but I will accept the security. Roger looked like he wanted to argue but thought better of it. All right, but promise me you'll be careful. Don't be alone with either of them after the reading. I nodded, my mind racing ahead to what tomorrow would bring. Roger, tell me exactly what the current will says. I need to be prepared. He hesitated, then sighed. Harold left everything to you, Eleanor. The house, the company, the investments, all of it. Catherine is completely disinherited. Even though I'd known about the changes Harold had made, hearing it stated so bluntly made my stomach clench. Because of the embezzlement? Partly, Roger said, his eyes sad. But mostly because of how she treated you. Harold was devastated when he found out she'd been stealing, but what really broke his heart was overhearing her talking about you at last year's Christmas party. The things she said, he couldn't forgive that. I remembered that night. Catherine had disappeared for most of the evening, and when she'd returned, Harold had been uncharacteristically quiet, watching her with an expression I couldn't read. He'd never told me what had happened. What did she say? I asked, not sure I wanted to know, but needing to. Roger shook his head. It doesn't matter now, Eleanor. What matters is that Harold protected you. He made sure you would be taken care of, that Catherine couldn't touch what's yours. But I could see in his eyes that it had been bad. Very bad. There's one more thing, Roger said, reaching into his briefcase again. Harold left this for you. He asked me to give it to you privately before the official reading. He handed me an envelope with my name written on it in Harold's distinctive handwriting. My hands trembled as I took it. I'll leave you to read it, Roger said, standing. I'll be at the funeral tomorrow, and then we'll do the reading afterward as planned. The security team will be in place by then. I walked him to the door, my mind still reeling from everything he'd told me. Thank you, Roger. For everything. He squeezed my hand. Harold was my oldest friend. Taking care of you was his final request to me, and I intend to honor it. Get some rest, Eleanor. Tomorrow will be difficult. After he left, I returned to the kitchen and sat at the table, Harold's letter in front of me. For a long time, I just stared at it, afraid of what it might contain. Finally, I slid my finger under the seal and opened it. Inside was a single sheet of Harold's personal stationery, covered in his handwriting. My dearest Eleanor, if you're reading this, I'm gone, and Roger has told you about the will. I imagine you're hurt and confused, wondering how our daughter could have turned out this way. I've been asking myself the same question for months. What I heard Catherine say about you last Christmas broke my heart. She told Derek that you were nothing but a trophy wife who had contributed nothing to our success, that you were an embarrassment to her with your outdated ways, and that she couldn't wait until I was gone so she could put you in your place and take what she felt she deserved. I couldn't believe my ears. This was not the daughter we raised. This was not the value system we had tried to instill in her. When I discovered the embezzlement a month later, it all made sense. She and Derek had been planning this for years. The man is not who he claims to be, Eleanor. Roger will have told you about his background by now. I changed the will to protect you, my love. Everything is yours, to do with as you see fit. If you choose to forgive Catherine someday, that's your decision. But I couldn't leave knowing she might hurt you, might try to take what we built together. There's a safety deposit box at First National, under your name. The key is in my bedside drawer. taped to the bottom of the silver box where I key my cufflinks. Inside the safety deposit box is evidence of Catherine and Derek's crimes, including the embezzlement. Use it if you need to protect yourself. I'm so sorry I won't be there to shield you from what's coming. Know that I loved you every day of our life together, and that leaving you is my only regret. Always and forever yours, Harold. I read the letter 3 times, tears streaming down my face. Even after death, Harold was protecting me. Had always been protecting me, in ways I hadn't even realized. I folded the letter carefully and slipped it into my robe pocket. Then I went upstairs to our bedroom and found the key exactly where Harold said it would be. Tomorrow would bring the funeral, the will reading, and the confrontation that was now inevitable. But tonight I had work to do. I needed to know exactly what was in that safety deposit box, what weapons Harold had left me in case I needed to fight back. Because fight back I would. They thought I was weak, a fragile old woman who could be manipulated and cast aside. They were about to learn how very wrong they were. As I slipped the key into my jewelry box, I heard the front door open. Catherine and Derek were back from their dinner. I quickly turned off the bedroom light and got into bed, not wanting to face them tonight. I heard their footsteps on the stairs, their voices low but animated. They paused outside my door. "She's probably asleep," Catherine said, her voice slightly slurred from wine. "Poor old mom, worn out from all the grief." Derek's laugh was low and cruel. "This time tomorrow, she'll have a lot more to grieve about." "Don't be mean," Catherine said, but she was laughing too. "She'll be fine. We'll set her up in that little condo downtown. She won't need much. And we'll finally have everything we deserve," Derek added. "Your father kept us waiting long enough." Their footsteps moved away, toward the guest bedroom at the end of the hall, but their words hung in the air like poison. I lay in the dark, Harold's letter pressed against my heart, and felt something shift inside me. The grief was still there, a vast ocean of pain that I knew would never fully recede. But now there was something else too, a cold, clear anger that brought with it a strange kind of strength. They thought I was just a grieving widow, too broken by loss to see what was happening around me, too weak to stand up for myself, too trusting to question their false sympathy. They had no idea what was coming. As I drifted off to sleep, I found myself actually looking forward to the will reading tomorrow, to seeing their faces when they realized that their carefully laid plans were about to crumble to dust. But a small voice in the back of my mind whispered a warning. Be careful. If Roger is right, if Derek is truly as dangerous as his past suggests, then tomorrow's revelation won't be the end of this battle. It will only be the beginning. The funeral was a somber affair, just as Harold would have wanted. Close family, a few trusted friends, and key employees from Mitchell Industries gathered at the small chapel that had been part of our lives for decades. The same chapel where we'd christened Catherine, where we'd attended Christmas services, where Harold and I had renewed our vows on our 30th anniversary. I sat in the front pew, dressed in black, my face partially hidden behind a veil. Catherine sat beside me, dry-eyed and stoic, with Derek next to her, his arm draped possessively around her shoulders. The eulogy was delivered by Michael Chin, Harold's protégé at the company. His voice broke several times as he spoke about Harold's mentorship, his integrity, his vision. I noticed Catherine stiffening beside me when Michael mentioned that Harold had been grooming him to eventually take over leadership of Mitchell Industries. "That's not true," she whispered harshly to Derek. "Dad promised me." I kept my eyes forward, pretending not to hear, but I felt a grim satisfaction. The cracks in their carefully constructed narrative were already beginning to show. After the service, we proceeded to the cemetery for a brief graveside ceremony. As they lowered Harold's casket into the ground, I felt a finality that nearly brought me to my knees. This was real. He was gone. Despite everything else happening around me, the betrayal, the schemes, the danger, this stark fact hit me anew with crushing force. Catherine must have sensed my distress because she took my arm, steadying me. For a brief moment, I saw a flash of the daughter I remembered, the one who had once loved me without condition or calculation. Then Derek leaned in, whispering something in her ear, and her face hardened again, the mask slipping back into place. As we walked back to the waiting cars, Roger appeared at my side, offering his arm. "Everything is ready at the office," he said quietly. "The security team is in place." I nodded, grateful for his foresight. "Thank you, Roger." Catherine watched us with narrowed eyes. "What are you two whispering about?" "Just confirming arrangements for the reading," Roger said smoothly. "My office in 1 hour, as we discussed." Catherine nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Perfect. Mom, you'll ride with us, of course." It wasn't a question, but I shook my head. "I'm going with Roger. There are some preliminary matters we need to discuss." A flash of annoyance crossed her face. "What matters? Shouldn't I be included in those discussions?" "Legal technicalities," Roger interjected before I could respond. "Nothing substantial, I assure you. Just dotting I's and crossing T's." Derek placed a hand on Catherine's arm. "Let it go, darling. We'll see them at the office. Everything is going to work out exactly as planned." The confidence in his voice made my skin crawl. He truly believed they had won already. I rode with Roger to his office, grateful for the quiet comfort of his presence. Neither of us spoke much during the drive. What was there to say? We both knew what was coming. Roger's office was located in a stately building downtown, the kind of place that exuded old money and discretion. The conference room had been prepared for the reading, a long mahogany table, leather chairs, water and coffee service set up on a sideboard. 2 men in dark suits stood unobtrusively by the door, the security Roger had arranged. They nodded respectfully as we entered. "Are you ready for this?" Roger asked me as we waited for Catherine and Derek to arrive. I took a deep breath, thinking of Harold's letter, of the key that now hung on a chain around my neck, hidden beneath my mourning clothes. "Yes," I said, surprised to find it was true. "I'm ready." Catherine and Derek arrived precisely on time, both of them practically vibrating with barely contained excitement. They nodded to the security men without really seeing them, their attention focused entirely on the large envelope Roger had placed on the table. "Shall we begin?" Roger said, gesturing for everyone to be seated. I took a chair at one end of the table, Catherine and Derek sitting together opposite Roger at the other end. The seating arrangement wasn't lost on me. They had positioned themselves as a united front against whatever was to come. Roger cleared his throat, adjusting his glasses. "Before I read the will, I want to express once again my deep condolences to both of you, Eleanor and Catherine. Harold was not just my client but my dear friend, and his loss is felt keenly by all who knew him." Catherine nodded impatiently. "Thank you, Roger. But perhaps we could proceed? It's been a long day." "Of course." Roger opened the envelope and removed several documents. "This is the last will and testament of Harold James Mitchell, revised and signed on February 15th of last year, witnessed by myself and Dr. James Wilson." I saw Catherine and Derek exchange a quick look. February 15th, just after Harold had discovered the embezzlement, just after the Christmas party where he'd overheard Catherine's cruel words about me. Roger put on his reading glasses and began. "I, Harold James Mitchell, being of sound mind and body, do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament, revoking all previous wills and codicils." He continued through the formal legal language, Catherine growing visibly more impatient with each passing moment. Derek had taken her hand, squeezing it tightly, his expression one of barely contained anticipation. Finally, Roger reached the part they had been waiting for. "Regarding the disposition of my estate, including all properties, investments, business interests, and personal effects, I direct as follows." He paused, looking up from the document to meet Catherine's eager gaze. "All assets, totaling approximately $50 million, are left solely to my wife, Eleanor Ann Mitchell." The words hung in the air for a moment before their meaning registered. Catherine's face went from expectant to confused to outraged in the span of seconds. "What?" she said, her voice rising. "That can't be right. Read it again." Roger continued, his voice steady. "Furthermore, I explicitly disinherit my daughter, Catherine Elizabeth Mitchell Erickson, for reasons known to her." "No!" Catherine screamed, slamming her fist on the table. This is wrong. This isn't the will he showed me. Derek's face had gone ashen. There has to be a mistake. Or a later will. Harold promised Catherine control of the company. He promised us. Roger shook his head. This is the final legal will. There is no later version. Catherine turned to me, her face contorted with rage and shock. What did you do? How did you convince him to do this? I did nothing, I said quietly. This was Harold's decision. Liar, she shouted, rising from her chair so violently it tipped over behind her. You manipulated him. You turned him against me. Derek put a hand on her arm, but his eyes were cold, calculating. Catherine, calm down. There must be a legal challenge we can make. Roger, surely there are grounds to contest this will. Harold wasn't in his right mind when he made these changes. Roger's expression remained impassive. I can assure you, Derek, that Harold was entirely competent when he revised his will. Dr. Wilson, who signed as a witness, conducted a full cognitive assessment the same day. The will is ironclad. Catherine was shaking with fury. I don't believe this. After everything I've done for this family, for the company. Everything you've done? I interrupted, unable to contain myself any longer. You mean like embezzling company funds? Like planning to push me out of my own home before your father was even in the ground? Her eyes widened, then narrowed. You don't know what you're talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about, I said, reaching into my purse and pulling out a copy of one of the documents I'd retrieved from the safety deposit box that morning. Your father knew everything, Catherine. About the embezzlement. About Derek's real identity. About what you said at the Christmas party last year. Derek's hand tightened on Catherine's arm, his gaze sharpening. What is she talking about, Catherine? What does she know? I slid the document across the table. Daniel Erickson. That's your real name, isn't it, Derek? Or should I call you Daniel? 2 previous marriages, both to wealthy women. Both ending after you'd managed to siphon off significant amounts of money. The color drained from Derek's face. That's absurd. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you? I said, pulling out another document. This is a copy of the police report filed by your second wife, Marjorie Pemberton, alleging fraud and emotional abuse. The case was settled out of court with a non-disclosure agreement. But Harold found it. Harold knew exactly who you were and what you were doing to our daughter. Catherine was looking between Derek and me, confusion replacing some of the anger in her expression. Derek? What is she talking about? Derek's face had transformed, the mask of charm falling away to reveal something cold and dangerous beneath. She's lying, obviously, trying to turn you against me, just like she turned your father against you. I shook my head. I didn't turn Harold against you, Catherine. You did that yourself. With your words, your actions, your choices. What choices? She demanded. What did I ever do except try to prove myself to him? To both of you. You stole from him, I said simply. From the company he built with his own hands. He had the evidence, Catherine. All of it. The falsified expense reports, the shell companies, the offshore accounts where you and Derek were funneling the money. That's not, she began, but her protest lacked conviction. And then there was what you said at the Christmas party. I continued, my heart breaking all over again at the memory of Harold's letter. About me being nothing but a trophy wife. About putting me in my place once Harold was gone. Catherine's face flushed. I never. He heard you, Catherine. Your father heard every word. She fell back into her chair, the fight suddenly going out of her. He wasn't supposed to hear that. It wasn't. I didn't mean. You did mean it, I said softly. That's why we're here now. That's why Harold changed his will. Not to punish you, but to protect me. Because he knew what you and Derek were planning. Derek's expression had turned calculating again. This changes nothing. We can still contest the will. We have rights. Actually, Roger interjected, the will contains a no-contest clause. If Catherine challenges it in court, she forfeits even the small trust that Harold did leave for her grandchildren's education. Grandchildren? Catherine looked up sharply. What grandchildren? I don't have children. Roger glanced at me, then back at Catherine. The trust is set up for any future grandchildren. Harold was hopeful that someday. This is ridiculous, Derek snapped. All of it. We're not going to sit here and let you steal what's rightfully ours. It was never yours, I said, meeting his gaze steadily. And it never will be. He stood abruptly, pulling Catherine up with him. We'll see about that. This isn't over, Eleanor. Not by a long shot. The threat in his voice was unmistakable. I was grateful for the security men standing by the door, who had moved slightly closer at Derek's sudden movement. Actually, Derek, Roger said, his voice deceptively mild, there's one more item we need to discuss before you leave. We're done here, Derek snarled, turning toward the door. It concerns the criminal charges Harold was preparing to file before his death, Roger continued, as if Derek hadn't spoken. Fraud, embezzlement, identity theft. He had quite a comprehensive case built against both of you. That stopped them in their tracks. Catherine turned slowly, her face pale. What? He hadn't filed the charges yet, I said, because he was hoping you would come to your senses, Catherine. That you would see what Derek was doing to you, to us. He wanted to give you a chance to make it right. And now, she asked, her voice small. I looked at my daughter, this stranger who had somehow grown from the child I had loved so fiercely, and felt a complex mix of emotions, anger, grief, disappointment, and beneath it all, a stubborn, persistent love that refused to die completely. That's up to you, I said finally. What happens next is your choice. Derek's laugh was harsh and humorless. You're bluffing. If there were real evidence, real charges to file, you would have done it already. Roger pulled one final document from his briefcase. This is the case file Harold compiled. All it needs is Eleanor's signature to move forward with the district attorney's office. Derek's eyes darted to the document, then to the door, calculating his options. Don't do anything stupid, one of the security men said quietly. We're all just having a civilized conversation here. The tension in the room was palpable. I could almost see Derek's mind racing, looking for a way out, a way to salvage his plans. Catherine was staring at the table, her hands trembling slightly. All of it, she asked, her voice barely audible. Dad left everything to Mom? Nothing to me. As I said, Roger replied gently, there is the trust for any future grandchildren, and the will gives Eleanor full discretion over the estate. Any further distributions would be her decision. Catherine looked up at me then, and for an instant, I saw a flicker of the daughter I remembered, vulnerable, uncertain, seeking approval. Mom? Before I could respond, Derek cut in. Don't fall for it, Catherine. This is manipulation, pure and simple. They're trying to turn you against me, to make you doubt everything we've built together. What exactly have we built, Derek? She asked, turning to him with new suspicion in her eyes. Or should I call you Daniel? Was any of it real? Or was I just another wealthy woman to con? His expression hardened. Don't be ridiculous. Of course it was real. It is real. But they're trying to destroy us. Can't you see that? She looked back at me, then at Roger, then down at the documents on the table, the evidence of Derek's past, of their crimes, of the betrayal that had broken Harold's heart. I could see the moment the truth began to sink in, the moment doubt crept into her eyes. And I saw the moment Derek recognized it too. His hand shot out, grabbing Catherine's arm with bruising force. We're leaving.
Now.
Sir, one of the security men said, stepping forward, I'm going to have to ask you to remove your hand from the lady. Derek's eyes darted around the room, assessing his options. The security men were blocking the door. Roger and I were watching him carefully. Catherine was looking at his hand on her arm as if seeing him for the first time. Slowly, deliberately, he released her.
Fine.
We're done here anyway. He turned to me, his face a mask of cold fury. This isn't over, Eleanor. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Actually, I said quietly, I think I do. And so did Harold. He stared at me for a long moment, then turned and strode to the door. The security men moved aside to let him pass, but one of them followed him out into the hallway. Catherine stood frozen, looking lost and confused. "Mom, I don't know what to say." "You don't need to say anything right now," I told her. "Just think about what you've learned today. About Derek. About what your father knew. About the choices you've made." She nodded, tears finally filling her eyes. Would it be okay if I came to see you tomorrow? To talk." Part of me wanted to refuse, to protect myself from further hurt. But another part, the part that would always be her mother, no matter what, couldn't turn her away. "Yes," I said. "Come for tea. 3 o'clock." She nodded again, wiping at her tears. "I should go. I need to think." "Do you want one of the security men to accompany you?" Roger asked. Given Derek's state of mind, she shook her head. "No, I'll be fine. I'm not going back to the guest house. I'll stay at a hotel tonight." After she left, escorted to the elevator by the second security guard, Roger and I sat in silence for a moment. "Well," he said finally, "that went about as expected. Do you think she'll really come tomorrow?" I asked. He sighed. "I don't know, Eleanor. Catherine has been under Derek's influence for a long time. It won't be easy for her to break free, even now that she knows the truth." "And Derek? Do you think he's dangerous?" "I think we need to be cautious," Roger said gravely. "Men like him don't take defeat well. The security team will stay with you for the next few days, at least until we see what his next move will be." I nodded, suddenly feeling every one of my 72 years. The adrenaline that had carried me through the confrontation was fading, leaving exhaustion in its wake. "I'd like to go home now," I said. "It's been a very long day." Roger drove me home, insisting on coming inside to check every room before he left. One of the security men positioned himself by the front door, while another patrolled the grounds. "Call me if anything happens," Roger said as he prepared to leave. "Anything at all, no matter the time." "I will," I promised. "And Roger, thank you for everything." He squeezed my hand. "Harold asked me to take care of you, and I intend to honor that promise." After he left, I wandered through the silent house, feeling Harold's absence in every room. The grief I'd been holding at bay surged forward, and I let the tears come. I ended up in his study, sitting in his chair, surrounded by the remnants of his life. On his desk was a framed photograph of us on our wedding day, both of us so young, so full of hope and dreams. "Oh, Harold," I whispered to the empty room. "What happens now?" There was no answer, of course. Just the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway, marking time in a world that had tilted on its axis. I must have dozed off in the chair, because I woke with a start to the sound of breaking glass. For a moment, I was disoriented, unsure of where I was or what had happened. Then I heard voices, angry, urgent, and remembered. The security team, Derek's threats, the will reading. I rose from the chair, my heart pounding, and moved cautiously toward the door of the study. The voices were coming from the front of the house. "Sir, you need to leave the premises immediately," one of the security men was saying. "This is my property." Derek's voice, slurred and belligerent. "You can't keep me out of my own house. This is not your property, sir. Please leave before we're forced to call the police." I froze, listening. Derek was here, at my house, in the middle of the night. And from the sound of his voice, he was drunk and dangerous. "Where is she?" he demanded. "Where's that conniving old bitch? I want to talk to her." "Sir, step back now." There was the sound of a scuffle, then a thud, as if someone had been shoved against a wall. I looked around frantically for a phone. There was one on Harold's desk. I reached for it, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped the receiver. As I dialed 911, I heard more shouting, then a crash that sounded like furniture being overturned. The dispatcher answered, and I quickly explained the situation. "Police are on their way, ma'am," she assured me. "Stay where you are, in a secure location if possible." I hung up and looked around the study. There was no lock on the door. If Derek made it past the security men, there was nothing to stop him from finding me here. The shouting had grown louder, punctuated by the sound of breaking objects. Derek seemed to be in a rage, destroying whatever he could get his hands on. I moved to Harold's desk and opened the bottom drawer, where I knew he kept a small handgun. I had never fired it, had always hated that he felt the need to keep it, but now I was grateful for its presence. The gun was heavy in my hand, cold and foreign. I set it on the desk in front of me and sank back into Harold's chair, my eyes fixed on the study door, waiting. The sounds of struggle continued for what seemed like an eternity, but was probably only minutes. Then, finally, I heard new voices, authoritative, official. The police had arrived. The chaos gradually subsided, replaced by the more measured tones of officers taking control of the situation. Eventually, there was a knock at the study door. "Mrs. Mitchell?" A female voice called. "It's Officer Ramirez with the police department. Are you in there? Are you all right?" I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. "Yes, I'm here."
I'm all right.
The door opened, and a young female officer appeared, her expression concerned. "Mrs. Mitchell, you're safe now. We've arrested the intruder." I nodded, suddenly unable to speak past the lump in my throat. She noticed the gun on the desk and approached carefully. "Is that your weapon, ma'am?" "My husband's," I managed to say. I didn't use it." "That's good," she said gently, picking it up and securing it. "You won't need this now, but we're going to need to take a statement from you about what happened here tonight." I followed her out to the living room, which looked like a war zone. Lamps were overturned, pictures knocked from walls, and in the center of it all was a shattered crystal vase, a wedding gift from Harold's parents, one of my most treasured possessions. One of the security men was sitting on the sofa, holding an ice pack to his head. The other was speaking with a police officer, gesturing as he explained what had happened. "Mrs. Mitchell," the injured guard said, trying to stand when he saw me.
Please sit, I said.
"Are you badly hurt?" He shook his head, then winced at the movement. "Just a bump." He caught me by surprise. "I'm sorry we couldn't keep him out completely." "You did your job," I assured him. "You kept him away from me. That's what matters." Officer Ramirez led me to a chair and sat across from me. "Can you tell me what led up to tonight's incident?" I took a deep breath and began to explain. The will reading, Derek's threats, his true identity, the embezzlement. It sounded like the plot of a soap opera, too dramatic to be real, but the destruction around me was evidence enough of its truth. When I finished, she nodded gravely. "We'll need to follow up on these embezzlement allegations. Do you have the documentation your lawyer mentioned?" "Yes," I said. "I can provide copies of everything."
Good.
In the meantime, Mr. Erickson will be charged with breaking and entering, destruction of property, assault, and making threats. Given his state when we arrived and the severity of the incident, he'll be held without bail at least until arraignment. I nodded, relieved that he would be locked up, at least for now. "Do you have somewhere else you can stay tonight?" she asked. "This house isn't secure, with that broken window." I looked around at the home where I'd spent the last 38 years of my life. The home that held all my memories of Harold, of our life together. The home that Derek had violated with his rage and hatred. "No," I said firmly. "I'm staying here. The security team can remain, and I'll have the window repaired first thing in the morning." She looked like she wanted to argue, but thought better of it.
All right.
"We'll have a patrol car drive by regularly tonight, just as an extra precaution." After the police left, I surveyed the damage more thoroughly. Most of it was superficial, things that could be repaired or replaced. But the violation went deeper. Derek had brought his violence into my home, the one place I had felt safe. As I picked up the shattered pieces of the crystal vase, careful not to cut myself on the razor-sharp edges, I thought about Catherine. Was she safe? Did she know what Derek had done? Would she still come tomorrow, as she had promised? The night stretched ahead, long and uncertain. But as I cleaned up the evidence of Derek's rage, I felt a strange sense of clarity. The worst had happened. He had shown his true colors, not just to me but to the police, to the security team, to anyone who might have doubted my fears. And I had survived. I was still standing. I picked up a fallen photograph of Harold and gently wiped the broken glass from its surface. His smile beamed back at me, confident and reassuring. "I'm okay," I told his image. "I'm going to be okay." As the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows, I made myself a cup of tea and sat in the kitchen, watching the world outside slowly come to life. Birds began to sing, the sky lightened from black to indigo to pale blue, and a new day began. I had no idea what that day would bring, whether Catherine would come as promised, whether Derek would somehow find a way to continue his vendetta from behind bars, whether the life I had known was gone forever. But for the first time since Harold's death, I felt something like hope stirring within me. Whatever came next, I would face it with the strength he had always seen in me, even when I couldn't see it myself. The doorbell rang precisely at 3 o'clock that afternoon. I had spent the day overseeing repairs to the broken window, speaking with Roger about pressing charges against Derek, and trying to prepare myself for whatever Catherine might say if she arrived. I smoothed my skirt, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Catherine stood on the doorstep, her eyes red-rimmed, her posture tentative. She looked younger somehow, stripped of the hard confidence she had worn like armor for so long. "Mom," she said softly, "may I come in?" I stepped aside to let her enter, noticing as she passed that she was carrying a small, familiar box, one I recognized immediately as containing pieces of the shattered crystal vase. "I heard what happened," she said, following my gaze to the box in her hands. "Derek, he called me from jail. He was still drunk, still raging. He bragged about what he'd done to the house, to your things." She set the box down carefully on the entryway table. "I know how much this vase meant to you. I thought maybe it could be repaired." I looked at my daughter, this woman who had planned to cast me aside, who had spoken of me with contempt, who had aligned herself with a man who had just tried to terrorize me in my own home, and saw something I hadn't expected: genuine remorse. "Catherine," I said, my voice steadier than I felt, "we have a lot to talk about." She nodded, tears welling in her eyes. "I know, Mom. I know." And as I led her into the living room for the conversation that might or might not begin to repair our shattered relationship, I couldn't help but think that Harold had been right all along. He had protected me in the only way he could. He had given me not just his fortune, but the chance to reclaim something far more valuable: my strength, my dignity, and perhaps, if we were both very lucky, my daughter. But even as Catherine began to speak, to offer explanations and apologies that might or might not be sincere, I couldn't forget Derek's fury, his violence, his threats. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Because men like Derek Erickson don't simply disappear. And the glint I had seen in his eyes last night, just before the police led him away, that cold, calculating hatred, told me that whatever came next would make last night's confrontation look like a mere prelude. The real battle was just beginning. The tea grew cold between us as Catherine poured out confession after confession. How Derek had swept into her life 5 years ago, charming and attentive in ways her first husband never was. How he'd slowly isolated her from friends who didn't understand their vision. How he'd convinced her that I was the enemy, a relic who stood between her and what she deserved. He made it sound so reasonable, she said, twisting her wedding ring. The 4-carat diamond glinted in the afternoon light, a gaudy thing Harold had frowned at when she'd first shown it off. He said Dad was stuck in the past, that the company needed fresh blood to survive in today's market. I took a sip of my tea, grimacing at the coldness. And the embezzlement? Was that his idea too? Her eyes flashed with something, shame or anger, I couldn't tell. It wasn't embezzlement. Not really. Derek said we were just taking what would eventually be ours anyway. $500,000, Catherine. I kept my voice level, but inside, my heart was breaking all over again. That's what the forensic accountants found. Money funneled through shell companies, fake vendor accounts, inflated expense reports. She looked away. We needed capital for our investments. You mean for the vacation home in Aspen?
The yacht?
The sports car Derek drives. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. I set my cup down with a sharp clink. What I don't understand is how my daughter, who was raised with every advantage, every opportunity, could betray her father's trust this way. Catherine's face crumpled. I never meant to hurt Daddy. Or you. Derek he has a way of making you see things his way. of making you believe you're entitled to more. A tear slid down her cheek, and for a moment, I saw a glimpse of the little girl who used to run to me with skinned knees and broken toys, trusting me to make everything better. But we were far beyond skinned knees now. "What happens next?" she asked, her voice small. "Derek has been charged with breaking and entering, assault, and destruction of property. The DA is considering adding charges related to the embezzlement. He'll likely go to prison, Catherine." She nodded, a jerky, uncertain movement. "And me? Will I go to prison too?" The question hung between us like a blade. I had the power to decide her fate. The documentation Harold had collected implicated her, as well as Derek. With one phone call, I could ensure my daughter faced the full consequences of her actions. "That depends," I said finally. "On what?"
On you.
"On whether you're truly sorry, or just sorry you got caught. On whether you're ready to make amends." Hope flickered in her eyes. "I am sorry, Mom.
So sorry.
And I'll do anything, to make this right." I studied her face, searching for the truth behind her words. Was this genuine remorse? Or was my daughter as skilled a manipulator as her husband? "We'll start small," I said. "First, you'll move out of the guest house. Effective immediately." Her face fell, but she nodded. "Of course. I understand." "Second, you'll enter therapy. Real therapy, not those wellness retreats you're so fond of." A flash of defiance, quickly suppressed. "Okay." "Third, you'll sign a legal document renouncing any claim to the company or estate. Not that you have any claim, but I want it in writing." She swallowed hard. "And then what? You'll forgive me?" I looked at my daughter, this stranger with familiar eyes, and felt the weight of decades of love and disappointment. "Forgiveness isn't something you earn with a checklist, Catherine. It's a process. One we'll both have to work at, if that's what you truly want." She nodded, tears streaming freely now. "It is. I swear it is." "Then we'll take it one day at a time." I stood, signaling the end of our conversation. "I've arranged for a security team to help you pack your things from the guest house. They'll be here within the hour." As she rose to leave, Catherine hesitated, then asked, "Where am I supposed to go?" For a moment, I was tempted to soften, to offer her a room in the main house. But Harold's voice seemed to whisper in my ear, "Don't be a fool, Eleanor. Not yet. I've reserved a suite at the Four Seasons downtown. All expenses paid for 1 month. That should give you time to figure out your next steps." Relief washed over her face. "Thank you, Mom." At the door, she turned back, her hand clutching the frame as if for support. "Derek, he's dangerous when he's cornered. Please be careful." The warning sent a chill down my spine. "I will." After she left, I sank onto the sofa, suddenly exhausted. The house felt too big, too empty, yet somehow suffocating at the same time. I picked up the phone and called Roger. "How did it go?" he asked immediately. "About as well as could be expected. She's contrite or pretending to be." "And you? How are you holding up?" I sighed, the sound seeming to come from somewhere deep inside me. "I don't know, Roger. I've lost my husband, discovered my daughter is a thief, and been threatened by her criminal husband. How am I supposed to be holding up?"
His voice softened.
"One day at a time, Eleanor. That's all any of us can do." Catherine warned me that Derek is dangerous when cornered. Should I be worried? There was a pause, then Roger said, "Derek's bail hearing is tomorrow morning. Given the charges and his lack of ties to the community, I expect the judge will deny bail. But yes, as a precaution, I think we should keep the security team in place for now." After we hung up, I wandered through the house, touching Harold's things, his favorite reading chair, the collection of antique watches he'd been so proud of, the family photos he insisted on displaying despite Catherine's complaints that they were tacky. In our bedroom, my bedroom now, I opened his closet and pressed my face into his suits, breathing in the lingering scent of him. For the first time since the funeral, I allowed myself to really cry, great, heaving sobs that left me gasping for breath. When the storm passed, I sat on the edge of the bed, wiping my eyes with the monogrammed handkerchief Harold always insisted on carrying. Such an old-fashioned affectation. Catherine had once teased him. But that was Harold, traditional, steadfast, reliable. The buzzing of my phone startled me. A text message from an unknown number. "You think this is over? It's just beginning. You took everything from me. Now I'm going to take everything from you." My hand shook as I called Roger back. "I just received a threatening text," I told him, reading the message aloud. "I'm calling the police," he said immediately. "That's a direct violation of the restraining order. They'll revoke his phone privileges at the jail." But what if it's not from Derek? The thought had just occurred to me. What if he has someone on the outside helping him? Roger was silent for a moment. "I hadn't considered that. Does Catherine have access to your number?" "Of course. She's my daughter." "And who else might she have shared it with? Derek's friends? Business associates?" A chill ran through me. "I have no idea." "I'll have your number changed immediately," Roger decided. "And I'm sending an additional security guard over right now. Don't answer the door for anyone except the security team or the police." After we hung up, I paced the bedroom, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. The text message had accomplished its purpose. I was terrified. By evening, a second security guard had arrived, and a technician had set up additional alarms and surveillance cameras. The police had taken a report about the text message and promised to investigate, but the officer's expression had been skeptical. "Just another rich old lady with paranoid delusions," his eyes seemed to say. I barely slept that night, starting awake at every sound, imagining footsteps on the stairs, shadows moving outside my window. When dawn finally broke, I gave up trying to rest and went downstairs to make coffee. The security guard stationed in the foyer nodded respectfully. "Morning, ma'am." All quiet through the night. I nodded, grateful for his presence, yet resentful of the need for it. This was my home. I should feel safe here. The morning newspaper sat on the kitchen counter, delivered by the staff who still came daily to maintain the house. The headline made my coffee turn bitter in my mouth. "Mitchell Industries heir arrested. Scandal rocks business community." Below was a photo of Derek being led away in handcuffs, looking disheveled, but somehow still managing to project an air of injured innocence. The article detailed his arrest at my home, but also quoted sources close to the family claiming that I was mentally unstable, grief-stricken, and vindictive. I knew immediately who those sources were. Only Catherine knew the intimate details they shared, how Harold and I had argued the week before his death about my excessive spending, how I had allegedly been jealous of his close relationship with our daughter. All lies, but believable ones to anyone who didn't know us well. I was still staring at the newspaper when my phone rang, my new, private number that only Roger and the security team had. "Eleanor." It was Michael Chun, Harold's protege. "I hope I'm not calling too early." "No. I've been up for hours," I assured him. "What can I do for you, Michael?" He hesitated, then said, "There's a situation at the office. The board has called an emergency meeting for this afternoon. They're concerned about the publicity, about the future of the company." My grip tightened on the phone. "I see. And are you calling to warn me? Or to invite me?" Another hesitation. "Both, I suppose. As Harold's widow and the new majority shareholder, you have every right to be there. But Eleanor, it won't be pleasant. Some board members are already talking about buying you out, forcing you to sell your shares." "Can they do that? Legally?"
No.
"But they can make things very difficult. There's a poison pill provision in the company bylaws that allows the board to dilute shares in case of a hostile takeover. Some are arguing that this situation qualifies." I closed my eyes, trying to think clearly through the fog of fatigue and stress. "When is the meeting?" 2 o'clock. At the downtown office." "I'll be there," I said firmly. "And Michael? Thank you for the warning." After he hung up, I called Roger again. The poor man was probably getting tired of hearing from me. "The board is trying to force me out," I told him without preamble. "Already?" He sounded genuinely surprised. "They're not wasting any time." "Can they do it? Legally?" "Not if we fight back. The poison pill provision they're considering was designed to prevent corporate raiders. not to disenfranchise the widow of the founder. We have solid ground to stand on. But, Roger sighed, but it will be messy, public, and expensive. And it will drag Harold's name through the mud right along with yours. The thought made me sick. Harold had built Mitchell Industries from nothing, had prided himself on its sterling reputation. Now that legacy was in danger because of his daughter's greed and his widow's determination to hold onto what was rightfully hers. What should I do? I asked. Go to the meeting. Listen to what they have to say. Don't agree to anything. Then we'll strategize. I spent the rest of the morning preparing, poring over the company financial reports Harold had always insisted I understand, even when I protested that business bored me. Someday you might need to know this, he'd said. How right he had been. At 1:30, I dressed carefully in a conservative navy suit, one of Harold's favorites, and modest pearl jewelry. Looking in the mirror, I barely recognized myself. The confident socialite had been replaced by a wary, exhausted woman with shadows under her eyes and new lines etched around her mouth. But my spine was straight, my head high. I would not let them see my fear. The security team insisted on accompanying me to the office, one man driving while the other sat beside me in the back seat. As we pulled up to the imposing glass tower that housed Mitchell Industries, I noticed a small group of reporters gathered near the entrance. How did they know? I murmured. Someone tipped them off. The security guard beside me said grimly, We should use the private entrance. We drove around to the loading dock, where Michael was waiting. He looked as tired as I felt, his usually immaculate appearance slightly rumpled. Thank you for coming, Eleanor, he said, leading us to the service elevator. I've just come from speaking with a few board members. It's not good. Tell me. He pressed the button for the executive floor. Derek's arrest is all over the news. The stock has dropped 15% since the market opened. Clients are calling, threatening to pull their business. And Catherine. What about Catherine? Michael's expression was pained. She's been calling board members individually, telling them you're unstable, that Harold was planning to divorce you, that the will is being contested. The betrayal hit me like a physical blow. After our conversation yesterday, I had foolishly believed Catherine was remorseful, that she was choosing me over Derek. But it had all been an act. I see, I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. I don't think most of them believe her, Michael added quickly. But it's creating doubt, uncertainty. And in business. Uncertainty is deadly, I finished, quoting one of Harold's favorite sayings. The elevator doors opened onto the executive floor, where Harold's office, my office now, occupied the prime corner position with views of the city and the harbor beyond. A glass-walled conference room dominated the center of the floor, and through its transparent walls, I could see the board members already assembled. 12 men and women, most of whom I had known for years, many of whom had dined in my home, danced at my charity galas, sent gifts when Harold died. Now they turned as one to stare as I entered, their expressions ranging from sympathetic to hostile. Mrs. Mitchell, said Edward Lansing, the board chairman and one of Harold's oldest friends. Thank you for joining us during this difficult time. The condescension in his tone made my back stiffen. I had known Edward for 30 years, had comforted his wife through breast cancer, had been godmother to his youngest child. Edward, I acknowledged with a slight nod. Shall we begin? For the next hour, I sat quietly as the board detailed the crisis facing Mitchell Industries. The stock price, the negative publicity, the concerned clients. Each recitation was punctuated with meaningful glances in my direction, as if I were personally responsible for the situation. Finally, Edward cleared his throat. Which brings us to the matter at hand. Eleanor, in light of these circumstances, the board feels it would be in everyone's best interest, including yours, if you were to consider selling your shares back to the company. At a fair market value, of course, added Diane Reynolds, the board's only other female member. We're prepared to offer a 15% premium over the current trading price. I almost laughed. The current trading price, which had plummeted because of rumors they themselves had likely helped spread. And if I decline? I asked, keeping my voice mild. Edward shifted uncomfortably. Then I'm afraid we would need to explore other options. For the good of the company. Options such as the poison pill provision? I smiled slightly at their surprised expressions. Yes, I know about that. I also know it was designed to prevent hostile takeovers, not to disenfranchise the founder's widow. Eleanor, Edward leaned forward, his voice softening. No one wants this to get ugly. You've been through enough already. Wouldn't it be easier to take the money and walk away? Let the professionals handle the business while you focus on healing. The patronizing tone made my blood boil, but I kept my expression neutral. By professionals, I assume you mean the same board that missed $500,000 being embezzled right under their noses? A murmur ran around the table. Edward's face flushed. That's not fair, Eleanor. The embezzlement was sophisticated, hidden. Not hidden well enough that Harold didn't find it, I interrupted. And not so sophisticated that it couldn't have been caught by proper oversight. Oversight that this board failed to provide. Now see here, began one of the older board members, his jowls quivering with indignation. I held up a hand. No, you see here. My husband built this company from nothing. He trusted all of you to help guide it, to protect it. And at the first sign of trouble, you're ready to cast his widow aside to save yourselves from bad publicity. I stood, gathering my purse and the folder of documents I had brought. I will not be selling my shares. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Mitchell Industries was Harold's legacy, and I intend to honor that legacy by ensuring the company remains true to his vision. Eleanor, be reasonable, Edward pleaded. You know nothing about running a business of this size. I know more than you think, I replied. And what I don't know, I can learn. Or I can delegate to people who have earned my trust. I glanced at Michael, who was trying and failing to hide a smile. In the meantime, I continued, I expect this board to focus on damage control that doesn't involve scapegoating me. Find the source of the leaks to the press. Reassure our clients. And prepare for a full audit of the company's finances, because if Catherine and Derek managed to steal $500,000, I want to be certain there aren't others doing the same. I moved toward the door, then turned back. One more thing. I'll be taking my husband's office, effective immediately. Please have it cleared of his personal effects and ready for me by tomorrow morning. With that, I walked out, my heart pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. I had just burned bridges with some of the most powerful people in the business community, people who had been Harold's friends and allies for decades. But I had also, for the first time since his death, felt truly alive, truly myself. Michael caught up with me at the elevator. That was incredible, he said, his eyes wide with admiration. I let out a shaky laugh. It was either that or burst into tears. I chose the former. They'll regroup, you know. This isn't over. I know. The elevator doors opened, and I stepped inside. But neither am I. As we descended to the ground floor, Michael said, There's something else you should know. Catherine was here earlier today. She cleared out her office and took some files with her. Files about our new product line. My stomach dropped. She's planning to leak our trade secrets. Or sell them to a competitor. Either way, it's not good. The walls seemed to close in around me. Just when I thought I had gained some control, some sense of direction, another blow came from an unexpected quarter. Call our lawyers, I said as the elevator reached the ground floor. Have them prepare cease and desist orders for every major competitor. And call the police. Theft of intellectual property is a crime. Michael nodded. Already done. But Eleanor, you should know, she was seen leaving with a man. Not Derek, obviously, since he's in jail. Someone else. One of our clients. Which client? James Harrington. From Harrington Tech. The name hit me like a slap. James Harrington, one of Harold's chief rivals, a man who had tried to buy Mitchell Industries multiple times over the years, only to be rebuffed. A man known for his ruthless business tactics and his habit of acquiring companies by any means necessary. She's made an alliance with Harrington, I said, the pieces falling into place. If she can't get the company through Derek, she'll help Harrington take it instead. And probably secure herself a position in the process, Michael agreed grimly. Outside, the security team was waiting with the car. As we approached, One of them stepped forward. "Mrs. Mitchell, there's been a development. Derek Erickson was granted bail 20 minutes ago." "What?" I stopped in my tracks. "How is that possible?" Roger said. His attorney argued successfully that he wasn't a flight risk. The judge set bail at $1 million. "Has he posted it yet?" The guard nodded. "About 5 minutes ago. He's being processed for release now." Fear shot through me like ice water. Derek would be free within the hour, angry and vengeful, with nothing left to lose. "Take me home," I said, my voice surprisingly steady despite the terror gripping my chest. "And call Roger. Tell him to meet us there." As we drove through the city streets, I stared out the window, seeing nothing. The confrontation with the board, Catherine's betrayal, Derek's imminent release. It was all too much, too fast. Yet beneath the fear and exhaustion, another emotion was building. Anger.
Pure clarifying anger.
They thought I was weak, a pampered socialite who would crumble at the first sign of adversity. Catherine, Derek, the board, all of them had underestimated me. All of them had forgotten one crucial fact. I had been Harold Mitchell's partner for nearly 4 decades. I had watched him build an empire, fight off takeovers, weather economic downturns, and emerge stronger each time. And I had learned more than they knew. By the time we reached the house, Roger was already waiting in the driveway, pacing anxiously. His face was grim as he opened my car door. "Eleanor, I'm so sorry. The bail hearing was moved up without notice. By the time I found out." "It's not your fault," I assured him, leading the way into the house. "But we need to strategize. Derek will be coming for me, one way or another." In the living room, I kicked off my shoes and sat on the sofa, suddenly bone-tired. "Tell me the worst. What can he do?" Roger and Michael exchanged glances. Then Roger said, "Legally, his options are limited. The restraining order is still in effect. He can't come within 500 feet of you or the house without risking immediate rearrest." "But," I prompted, "but he's desperate, angry, and has resources we don't know about. His bail was posted by a corporation, not an individual." "Harrington Tech," Michael said quietly. Roger's eyebrows shot up. "You're certain?" Michael nodded. "It fits. Catherine was seen leaving the office with James Harrington today. She took files related to our new product line." "Dear God," Roger murmured. "They're making a move on the company. Using Derek as their attack dog," I finished. "While they try to position themselves as the reasonable alternative." We sat in silence for a moment, the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway suddenly loud in the quiet room. "What do we do?" I finally asked. Roger straightened his shoulders. "We fight back. On all fronts. I'll file emergency motions to revoke Derek's bail based on the threatening text message. Michael can work on securing the company's intellectual property and reassuring key clients. And you, Eleanor. Yes, you need to go public. Tell your side of the story before they control the narrative completely. Show the world that you're not the fragile, grief-stricken widow they're painting you as." The thought of exposing our private affairs to public scrutiny made me wince. Harold had always been intensely private, guarding our family life from the prying eyes of the media. But Harold was gone, and I was fighting for his legacy. "Set it up," I said. "Whatever you think is best." As Roger made calls, arranging for a television interview the following morning with a sympathetic local news anchor, I excused myself to lie down. The day's events had left me drained, and I needed to gather my strength for what was coming. In my bedroom, I slipped off my suit jacket and lay on the bed, not bothering to remove my skirt or blouse. Just 5 minutes, I told myself. Just a brief rest. The sound of breaking glass jolted me awake. For a moment, I was disoriented, unsure how long I had been asleep. The bedroom was dark, the sun having set while I dozed. Another crash from downstairs, followed by shouts and the heavy thud of footsteps. My heart pounding, I reached for the bedside phone, but the line was dead. I fumbled for my cell phone, my hands shaking so badly I could barely press the buttons to dial 911. 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional. "Someone's broken into my house," I whispered, crouching beside the bed. "There are security guards, but I hear fighting. Please send help." "What's your address, ma'am?" I gave it, still whispering, my eyes fixed on the bedroom door. The sounds from downstairs had quieted, which somehow seemed more frightening than the noise. "Police are on their way," the dispatcher assured me. "Is there somewhere safe you can hide until they arrive?" "My closet," I said, already moving toward it. "It has a lock." "Good. Go there now and stay on the line with me." I crept across the room, my stockinged feet silent on the plush carpet. Just as I reached the closet door, I heard the creak of a floorboard in the hallway outside my bedroom. Someone was coming. I slipped into the closet and locked the door, retreating to the very back, behind Harold's suits that still hung there, still smelling faintly of him. In the darkness, I pressed the phone to my ear, trying to control my breathing. "I'm in the closet," I whispered to the dispatcher. "But I think they're coming up the stairs." "The police are 4 minutes out," she said. "Just stay quiet and—" The bedroom door crashed open, the sound so loud I nearly dropped the phone. Heavy footsteps crossed the room, and then a voice, Derek's voice, called out, "Eleanor? Come out, wherever you are. We need to have a little chat." My blood turned to ice. Derek was in my bedroom, just feet away from where I hid. What had happened to the security guards? To Roger and Michael? "I know you're in here," Derek continued, his voice slurred and unsteady. "He'd been drinking. Your car is outside. Those rent-a-cops of yours weren't much help, by the way. Amazing what a taser can do." I heard him moving around the room, opening drawers, knocking things over. Looking for me or simply destroying my belongings out of spite. "You know, it didn't have to be this way," he was saying. "We could have worked something out. A nice allowance for you, a comfortable retirement home. But no, you had to play hardball." His footsteps approached the closet. I pressed myself further back among the hanging clothes, hardly daring to breathe. "Found you," he said, and the closet door handle rattled. I bit my lip to keep from crying out, tasting blood. "Locked, huh? That's okay. I've got all night." There was a heavy thud against the door. He was trying to break it down. "Mrs. Mitchell?" The dispatcher's voice in my ear was barely audible. "The police are almost there. Hold on." Another thud, and the door frame splintered. One more hit and it would give way. In the distance, I heard sirens. Derek must have heard them too, because he swore violently. "This isn't over," he snarled through the damaged door. "You think the police can protect you forever? You think you've won? You haven't seen anything yet." His footsteps retreated rapidly. I heard the bedroom window slide open, then silence. I stayed frozen in place until the police arrived minutes later, shouting clear as they secured each room. Only when a female officer called, "Mrs. Mitchell? Are you here?" "It's the police," did I finally emerge from my hiding place. The bedroom was a wreck. Derek had upended drawers, smashed framed photos, slashed pillows. It looked like the work of a madman, which, I was beginning to believe, was exactly what Derek was. Downstairs, paramedics were treating the security guards, both of whom had been tasered and then restrained with their own handcuffs. Roger had a nasty cut on his forehead but was conscious and arguing with the police officer trying to convince him to go to the hospital. "Eleanor," he called when he saw me. "Thank God. Are you hurt?" I shook my head, too shaken to speak. "Derek?" Roger asked the nearest police officer. "Gone," the officer replied. "Looks like he went out a second-floor window and down the trellis. We've got patrols searching the area, but
He might be anywhere by now."
The unspoken words hung in the air. "You can't stay here," Roger said, wincing as the paramedic dabbed antiseptic on his cut. "It's not safe." "I'll make arrangements for a hotel," Michael offered. He had arrived sometime during the chaos, his expression horrified as he surveyed the damage. "No," I said, finding my voice at last. "No hotels. No hiding." "Eleanor, be reasonable," Roger began. "I am being reasonable," I interrupted. "Derek wants me scared, wants me running. That's part of their plan. Harrington bails him out, he terrorizes me, And meanwhile, Catherine works behind the scenes to convince everyone I'm too unstable to handle the company. It's all connected. Even if that's true, Michael said gently, your safety has to come first. I looked around at my violated home, at the destruction wrought by a man determined to break me, and made a decision. I'm not leaving, I said firmly. This is my home. I won't be driven from it by fear. The police captain approached, his expression grave. Mrs. Mitchell, I understand your feelings, but we can't guarantee your safety here. The security system was compromised. The locks have been damaged. Then fix them, I said. Post an officer if you have to. But I am not leaving. They argued with me for another hour. All of them, Roger, Michael, the police captain, even the paramedics. But in the end, they conceded. The locks would be replaced tonight, the security system upgraded, and a police patrol car would remain outside until Derek was apprehended. As the last of the emergency personnel left, Roger lingered, clearly reluctant to leave me alone despite the female officer, who would be staying in the guest room down the hall. I still think this is a mistake, he said quietly. Probably, I agreed, suddenly too tired to pretend otherwise. But it's my mistake to make. He squeezed my hand. The television interview is still set for tomorrow morning. Are you up for it? I thought about the state I must be in. Exhausted, traumatized, my carefully maintained appearance in shambles. The perfect victim. But that's not who I wanted the world to see. Not who I wanted to be. Yes, I said. I'm ready to tell my story. After Roger left, I stood in the center of my ransacked bedroom, surveying the destruction. Derek had been thorough in his vandalism, as if destroying my belongings could somehow erase me from existence. But I was still here, still standing. And tomorrow, the world would hear my side of the story. As I began to clean up, picking through the wreckage for salvageable items, my hand closed around a silver picture frame, its glass shattered but the photograph inside intact. Harold and me on our wedding day, young and radiant with hope. I won't let them win, I whispered to his smiling image. I promise you that. Outside, the night was quiet except for the occasional crackle of the police radio. Derek was still out there somewhere planning his next move. Catherine was still betraying me, selling family secrets to our enemies. The board was still plotting to take the company. But for the first time since Harold's death, I felt a strange sense of clarity, of purpose. They had tried to break me, to erase me, to cast me aside. Instead, they had awakened something they never expected, the fighter I had always been beneath the polished exterior of Harold Mitchell's perfect wife. And God help them all when I finally showed my teeth. The television lights were hot on my face as I sat across from Diane Sawyer, trying to appear composed despite the chaos of the past 24 hours. We were filming in the formal living room of my home, a deliberate choice to show that I was not hiding, not running, not ashamed. Mrs. Mitchell, Diane began, her expression sympathetic but professional. You've been through an extraordinary ordeal. Your husband's sudden death, the discovery of embezzlement within his company, and now these violent attacks. How are you coping? I smiled slightly, remembering Roger's coaching. Don't look too polished. Let them see some vulnerability, but stay strong. One day at a time, I said. Harold always said that was the only way to handle life's challenges. Just put one foot in front of the other and keep moving forward. And yet, the challenges you're facing are extraordinary. Your son-in-law has been arrested twice, most recently for breaking into your home and threatening you. Your daughter is publicly questioning your mental stability. The board of Mitchell Industries is attempting to force you out. How do you respond to those who say you should simply take the money and walk away? I straightened my spine, looking directly into the camera. I would say they don't know me very well. Harold and I built Mitchell Industries together, his vision, his business acumen, but our shared dream. I won't dishonor his memory by abandoning that legacy now. Your daughter, Catherine, has made some serious allegations. She claims you've been unstable since your husband's death, that you're vindictive, that you've turned against her out of jealousy. The question stung, but I had been prepared for it. It breaks my heart to hear those claims. Catherine is my only child, and I love her dearly. But she's made some poor choices, aligned herself with a man who has manipulated and used her. I hope someday she'll see that. And the embezzlement allegations against her and Derek Erickson? Those aren't allegations, they're documented facts. Harold discovered the theft shortly before his death. The forensic accountants have confirmed it. $500,000 stolen through falsified records and shell companies. Diane leaned forward. Why do you think your husband didn't press charges when he discovered the theft? Because he loved our daughter, I said simply. He was hoping she would come to her senses, make amends. He believed in second chances. And you? Do you believe in second chances? I paused, considering.
Yes.
But I also believe in consequences. Actions have consequences, and sometimes those consequences are necessary for true change to occur. The interview continued for another 20 minutes, covering the break-in, the board's attempt to force me out, and my plans for the future. I spoke candidly but carefully, aware that every word would be scrutinized not just by the public but by Catherine, Derek, the board members, and whoever else had aligned against me. When it was over, Diane squeezed my hand off camera. You did well, she said. Very well. This will air tonight at 6. After the television crew packed up and left, Roger and Michael joined me in the kitchen for a much-needed cup of tea. You were magnificent, Roger said. Clear, sympathetic, strong without being hard. Exactly the image we wanted to project. The stock is already responding, Michael added, showing me his tablet. Up 3% just on the news that you're giving an interview. Investors love stability, and you radiate it. I sipped my tea, too tired to feel much satisfaction. Have they found Derek yet? Roger's expression sobered.
No.
He seems to have vanished. The police have an APB out, but so far nothing. And Catherine? No one's seen her since yesterday, when she was with Harrington. She's not at the Four Seasons, not answering her phone. A chill ran through me. You don't think Derek would hurt her, do you? If he thought she was abandoning him? The three of us exchanged worried glances. For all her faults, Catherine was still my daughter. The thought of her in danger, especially from a man I had never trusted, was unbearable. I'll call the police, Roger said, reaching for his phone. Ask them to do a welfare check. Put out a bulletin for her as well. As he stepped out to make the call, Michael said quietly, There's something else you should know. James Harrington has called an emergency press conference for this afternoon. About what? He wouldn't say. But given everything that's happened, he's making his move, I finished. Using the chaos to position himself for a takeover. Michael nodded. That would be my guess. The question is, what are we going to do about it? I thought for a moment, then said, Call the office. Have them schedule a board meeting for tomorrow morning. Mandatory attendance. What are you planning? The ghost of a smile crossed my face. Something Harold taught me long ago. The best defense is a good offense. Michael looked at me with new respect. I'll make the call. As he stepped out, Roger returned, his expression grave. The police are looking for Catherine, but there's no sign of her yet. And they've had a development in their search for Derek. What kind of development? His car was found at the airport. They're checking passenger manifests now, but it looks like he might have fled the country. Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by suspicion. That seems too easy. Derek isn't the type to run. He's the type to stay and fight, to punish those he believes have wronged him. Unless he's been ordered to disappear, Roger mused. By whoever is really pulling the strings. Harrington, I said. He bailed Derek out, probably gave him cash and a new identity to vanish until things calm down. Meanwhile, he makes his move on the company. It fits, Roger agreed. But it's all circumstantial. We can't prove anything. We don't have to prove it, I said, a plan forming in my mind. We just have to counter it. The rest of the day passed in a flurry of activity. Calls to lawyers, to key employees at Mitchell Industries, to business contacts Harold had cultivated over decades. By evening, I was exhausted but satisfied with our preparations. The interview aired at 6 as promised, showing me in exactly the light we had hoped for. Dignified, strong, sympathetic. The perfect grieving widow, who was also a force to be reckoned with. Harrington's press conference followed at 7. As we had suspected, he announced his intention to make a tender offer for Mitchell Industries, citing instability in leadership and concern for the company's future. He spoke smoothly about his great respect for Harold and his legacy, his desire to preserve what Harold built, while guiding the company into a new era. What he didn't mention was his meeting with Catherine, his bailing out Derek, his behind-the-scenes machinations to destabilize the company he now claimed to want to save. "He's good," Michaels said grudgingly as we watched. "Very good. But not good enough," I replied. "Because we know what he's really after." "The new product line," Michael nodded. "The one Catherine stole information about."
Exactly.
Harold's last great innovation. The one Harrington has been trying to replicate for years. We stayed up late into the night, refining our strategy for the board meeting the next day. When Roger and Michael finally left, promising to return first thing in the morning, I locked the doors behind them, checked all the windows, and finally allowed myself to collapse into bed. Despite my exhaustion, sleep wouldn't come. The house was too quiet, too empty. Every creak and groan made me start, wondering if Derek had somehow returned, if he was creeping through the halls even now, seeking revenge. The police officer stationed outside had checked in before I went to bed, assuring me that all was secure. But the fear remained, a cold knot in my stomach that wouldn't dissolve. Around 2 in the morning, I gave up trying to sleep and went downstairs to make tea. The kitchen was dark and peaceful, moonlight streaming through the windows, casting long shadows across the floor. As I waited for the kettle to boil, I noticed a small envelope on the counter that hadn't been there earlier. My name was written on it in familiar handwriting, Catherine's handwriting. My heart pounding, I tore it open. Inside was a single sheet of paper with 5 words that made my blood run cold. "This is far from over, Mother." I dropped the note as if it had burned me. Catherine had been in my house. Tonight. While I was upstairs, while a police officer was stationed outside, she had somehow entered and left this threat. Which meant only one thing. She was working with Derek still. And they were both still in the city, still plotting, still dangerous. The kettle began to whistle, the sound shrill in the silent house. I turned it off mechanically, my mind racing. Should I call the police? Roger? The security team? Before I could decide, my phone rang, the sound making me jump. Unknown number. I hesitated, then answered. "Hello." "Mother." Catherine's voice was cold, distant. "Did you get my note?" "Catherine," I breathed. "Where are you? Are you safe? The police are looking for you, they're worried." "Spare me the concerned mother act," she interrupted. "It might work on television, but I know better." "It's not an act. I am concerned. Derek is dangerous, Catherine. Whatever he's promised you, whatever he's told you, you can't trust him." She laughed, a harsh sound without humor. "That's rich, coming from you. The queen of manipulation herself. Catherine, please. Just tell me where you are. We can talk, work this out." "There's nothing to work out. You've made your choice, and I've made mine. I just wanted you to know that your little television performance hasn't changed anything. The plan is still in motion." "What plan? Catherine, what are you doing?" But she had already hung up, leaving me staring at the phone in my hand, a sense of dread washing over me. Whatever was coming, it would happen soon. And something told me the board meeting tomorrow was just the beginning. I picked up Catherine's note again, reading the 5 words that seemed to pulse with malice. "This is far from over, Mother." No, I thought, a cold determination replacing the fear in my heart. It wasn't over. But when it was, I would be the one left standing.
I didn't sleep at all that night.
How could I, knowing that Catherine had somehow slipped past the police guard to leave her threatening note? Knowing that she and Derek were still out there, plotting who knows what kind of revenge? By dawn, I was on my 3rd cup of coffee, poring over the files Roger had brought me, financial reports, board member profiles, company bylaws. If I was going to face the board and counter Harrington's takeover attempt, I needed to be armed with more than just righteous indignation. I needed to be Harold. The thought came unbidden, bringing with it a wave of grief, so intense, I nearly doubled over. Harold would have known exactly what to do. Harold would have seen the danger coming, would have had contingency plans in place, would have outsmarted them all with that brilliant business mind of his. But Harold was gone, and I was on my own. No, not entirely on my own, I reminded myself as my doorbell rang. Michael and Roger had arrived, both looking as tired as I felt, but determined nonetheless. "Did you sleep at all?" Roger asked, taking in my appearance with concern. "No," I admitted, leading them to the kitchen where the coffee was still hot. "Catherine was here last night." "What?" Michael nearly dropped his briefcase.
How?
"There's an officer outside." I showed them the note. "She must have come in through the back somehow. And she called me afterward, warned me that the plan is still in motion, whatever that means." Roger's face darkened. "We need to tell the police." I already did. They took the note for fingerprinting, but we all know it's Catherine's. They've added her to the APB, but... I shrugged helplessly. "She could be anywhere." "She's with Harrington," Michael said confidently. "That's where this is all coming from. He's using her and Derek as pawns in his game to acquire Mitchell Industries." "Then we need to focus on stopping Harrington," I said, pouring more coffee. "Starting with the board meeting this morning. What's our strategy?" For the next hour, we refined our plan, anticipating arguments, preparing responses, identifying potential allies among the board members. By the time we left for the office, I felt as prepared as I could be, given the circumstances. The security team insisted on escorting us, one guard driving while another sat beside me in the back seat. After Derek's break-in, no one was taking any chances with my safety. As we pulled up to the Mitchell Industries headquarters, I noticed the increased media presence, twice as many reporters as yesterday, all clamoring for a statement as we made our way inside. "Mrs. Mitchell, is it true Derek Erickson has fled the country?" "Mrs. Mitchell, how do you respond to James Harrington's takeover bid?" "Mrs. Mitchell, has your daughter been in contact with you?" I kept my head high, my expression neutral, following Roger's advice. Let them see your strength, not your fear. The executive floor was tense when we arrived, staff members watching us with wide eyes as we made our way to the boardroom. Word had clearly spread about what was at stake in today's meeting. Inside, the board members were already assembled, their expressions ranging from openly hostile to carefully neutral. Edward Lansing sat at the head of the table, a position that should have been mine as the controlling shareholder. A small power play, but a telling one. "Eleanor," he said, rising as we entered. "Thank you for arranging this meeting on such short notice. We have much to discuss in light of recent developments." "Indeed we do," I agreed, taking a seat not at the foot of the table, as they clearly expected, but directly opposite Edward, a silent challenge to his authority. Michael sat to my right, Roger to my left, both men radiating quiet support. "I assume we're all aware of James Harrington's press conference yesterday," Edward began. "His offer to acquire Mitchell Industries represents a significant premium over our current share price. The board has a fiduciary duty to consider such offers seriously. The board also has a duty to act in the best long-term interests of the company," I countered. "Not to panic at the first sign of turbulence." "This is hardly the first sign, Eleanor," said Diane Reynolds. "The company's reputation has been severely damaged by the scandals surrounding your family. The stock has been volatile. Clients are nervous. All issues that can be addressed without selling the company to our chief competitor," I pointed out. "Harrington isn't just offering money," Edward said. "He's offering stability, continuity. He's made it clear he intends to retain most of the current management and staff." "Except me," I said dryly. An uncomfortable silence fell around the table. "Let's be honest," I continued. "Harrington doesn't want Mitchell Industries for its current product line or its client base. He wants the new technology Harold was developing, the quantum encryption protocol that's 3 years ahead of anything else on the market." Several board members shifted uncomfortably. They knew I was right. "Technology that your daughter may have already provided to him," Diane said, her tone accusatory. "If she has, that's industrial espionage and will pursue all legal remedies," I replied evenly. But the core development team is still here, still loyal to Mitchell Industries. The actual implementation details, the proprietary code, that's all secure. For now, Edward muttered. With respect, Edward, Michael spoke up, I've been working directly with the development team since these issues arose. We've changed all access protocols, segregated the network, and implemented additional security measures. The technology is safe. That's not the only concern, said Thomas Blackwell, one of the older board members. There's also the matter of leadership. Eleanor, you're a lovely woman, but you have no experience running a technology company. I smiled slightly. I have no intention of running day-to-day operations, Thomas. That's why we have a talented executive team, including Michael, who Harold was grooming as his successor. Michael is barely 40, Thomas scoffed. The market won't take him seriously. The market took Mark Zuckerberg seriously when he was 23, I pointed out. Age is far less relevant than competence, vision, and integrity, all qualities Michael has in abundance. Michael looked surprised at my staunch defense, but quickly recovered. I've been with Mitchell Industries for 15 years, he said. I know this company inside and out, and I share Harold's vision for its future. A vision that doesn't include selling to James Harrington, I added. Edward leaned forward, his expression hardening. Eleanor, I understand your emotional attachment to the company, but business decisions cannot be based on sentiment. Harrington's offer represents a 30% premium over our current share price. The board would be negligent to dismiss it out of hand. I'm not asking you to dismiss it out of hand, I said. I'm asking you to see it for what it is, a predatory move by a competitor who's trying to capitalize on a temporary crisis. Temporary? Diane raised an eyebrow. Your son-in-law broke into your home and threatened to kill you. Your daughter is missing and possibly engaged in corporate espionage. The media is having a field day with the Mitchell family drama. How is any of this temporary? Because I won't let it be permanent, I said firmly. Derek will be caught and prosecuted. Catherine will either come to her senses or face the consequences of her actions. The media will find a new scandal to fixate on. But if we sell to Harrington now, that's permanent. There's no going back. Unless you have a concrete alternative to propose, Edward said, I'm afraid the board will have to move forward with evaluating Harrington's offer. This was the moment we had prepared for. I nodded to Michael, who distributed folders to each board member. What is this? Edward asked, opening his folder with a frown. A counterproposal, I said. One that addresses the concerns about leadership, stability, and shareholder value without selling to Harrington. As the board members read through the documents, I outlined the key points. First, I propose establishing an office of the president, with Michael as president and COO, responsible for day-to-day operations. I would serve as chairman of the board but would not involve myself in operational decisions. Second, I propose accelerating the release of the quantum encryption technology with a major announcement at the annual tech conference next month. This would demonstrate that Mitchell Industries remains at the cutting edge of innovation despite recent distractions. Third, I propose a share repurchase program using the company's substantial cash reserves to buy back stock at a premium, providing immediate value to shareholders who want to exit while strengthening the position of those who remain. And finally, I propose bringing in an independent firm to conduct a complete review of our financial controls and governance structures to ensure that nothing like the embezzlement can ever happen again. The room was silent as the board members digested my proposal. I could see calculation in their eyes, weighing options, considering implications. This is surprisingly comprehensive, Edward admitted grudgingly. I'm a quick study, I replied. And I had an excellent teacher in Harold. The share repurchase would require significant capital, Thomas pointed out. We have the cash, Michael responded. Harold was always conservative about keeping reserves for strategic opportunities. This qualifies. And what about Harrington? Diane asked. He won't simply go away because we reject his initial offer. No, he won't, I agreed. Which is why we've also prepared this. Roger distributed a second set of documents, these marked confidential. Legal strategy. What we have here, Roger explained, is evidence suggesting that Harrington Tech has been engaged in a coordinated campaign to destabilize Mitchell Industries in preparation for a hostile takeover. If they persist in their efforts, we're prepared to file suit for tortious interference, industrial espionage, and violation of securities laws. That's a serious accusation, Edward said, flipping through the documents with a deepening frown. Do you have actual proof? We have circumstantial evidence that Harrington bailed Derek out of jail, I said. We have witnesses who saw Catherine meeting with Harrington the day she took proprietary files from the office. And we have financial analysts who can testify to unusual patterns of trading in Mitchell Industries stock that suggest someone was deliberately driving down the price. Not enough for a criminal case, Roger admitted, but more than enough to create serious problems for Harrington if this goes to court. The discovery process alone would be enlightening. The atmosphere in the room had shifted. The board members were looking at the documents, at each other, at me, with new respect and consideration. I'd like to call for a recess, Edward said finally. The board needs to discuss these proposals in private. Of course, I agreed, rising from my seat. Michael, Roger, and I will wait in my office. Please let us know when you're ready to continue. As we left the boardroom, Michael whispered, "That went better than I expected." "Don't celebrate yet," Roger cautioned. "They still might side with Harrington if they think it's the safer option." In Harold's office, my office now, I sank into his chair, suddenly exhausted. The adrenaline that had carried me through the presentation was fading, leaving behind the bone-deep fatigue of too many sleepless nights, too many shocks and betrayals. "Do you think it worked?" I asked, rubbing my temples where a headache was beginning to form. "I think you gave them something to consider," Roger said. "Something that might actually be better for the company than Harrington's offer." "Harold would be proud," Michael added quietly. That was exactly the kind of strategic thinking he valued. The thought warmed me, easing some of the ache in my heart. I hope so. We waited for nearly 2 hours, reviewing documents, making calls, preparing for either outcome. Finally, Edward's assistant appeared at the door. "They're ready for you," she said, her expression giving nothing away. Back in the boardroom, the atmosphere was different, less hostile, more businesslike. Edward remained at the head of the table, but the power dynamic had shifted subtly. "We've discussed your proposals at length," he began, "and we have some amendments to suggest." My heart sank. Amendments usually meant dilution, compromise. "First," Edward continued, "we agree with establishing an office of the president, with Michael as president and COO. However, we believe a more experienced executive should be brought in as CEO, someone with a proven track record in the technology sector." "Someone like James Harrington?" I asked skeptically. "No," Edward shook his head. "Someone independent. We would establish a search committee on which you would have representation." I glanced at Michael, who gave a slight nod. It wasn't ideal, but it was workable. "Second, we support accelerating the quantum encryption technology, but with additional oversight from the board's technology committee to ensure that security remains paramount." Again, not perfect, but reasonable. "Third, we agree with the share repurchase program in principle, but at a lower premium than you proposed. 10% rather than 15%. I had expected that. We had deliberately aimed high in our initial proposal. And finally, we fully support the independent review of financial controls, with the addition that the results be made public to restore investor confidence. I considered the amendments carefully. They preserved the core of our strategy, while giving the board enough concessions to save face. "Those terms are acceptable," I said. "With one addition of my own. The board will issue a formal statement rejecting Harrington's offer as undervaluing the company and expressing full confidence in the current ownership structure." Edward hesitated, then nodded. "Agreed." "Then we have a deal," I said, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. "When shall we make the announcement?" "Market closes at 4, Diane said. "I suggest 5 o'clock, prime time for the evening news cycle." "Perfect," I agreed. "That gives us 3 hours to prepare the statements and brief key stakeholders." As the meeting broke up, several board members approached me, offering cautious congratulations or expressing newfound respect. Edward was the last to come over, his expression a mix of reluctant admiration and lingering wariness. "You surprised me today, Eleanor," he said. "I didn't think you had it in you." "A common misconception," I replied with a small smile. "One I've never bothered to correct." He chuckled. "Harold knew though, didn't he? He always said you were the smartest person in any room." "Harold was biased," I said, feeling the familiar pang at the mention of his name. "But yes, he knew me better than anyone." Edward's expression sobered. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry about Catherine. About all of it. Harold deserved better. You both did." The unexpected sympathy brought a lump to my throat. "Thank you, Edward." As he walked away, Roger joined me, his eyes twinkling with satisfaction. "Well played, Eleanor. Very well played." "We're not out of the woods yet," I cautioned. "Harrington won't take this lying down. And Catherine and Derek are still out there somewhere." "One battle at a time," he said. "Today, we won this one." The next few hours were a blur of activity, drafting press releases, calling key investors and clients, preparing for the public announcement. By 4:30, everything was in place, and we gathered in the company's press room where a podium had been set up in front of the Mitchell Industries logo. Edward would speak first as board chairman, announcing the rejection of Harrington's offer. Then I would outline our go-forward strategy, with Michael beside me as the newly appointed president and COO. The symbolism was clear: unity, continuity, strength. As the room filled with reporters and cameras, I stood slightly off to the side, reviewing my notes one last time. My phone buzzed with a text message from an unknown number.
"Turn on the TV.
Channel 7.
Now."
A chill ran down my spine. I grabbed the remote from a nearby table and switched on the large monitor that hung on the wall of the press room. Channel 7's breaking news banner filled the screen, the anchor's voice urgent. "We're coming to you live from outside the federal courthouse, where James Harrington, CEO of Harrington Tech, has just been arrested on charges of securities fraud, market manipulation, and conspiracy. FBI agents took Harrington into custody just moments ago." The room erupted in chaos as everyone turned to watch the broadcast. The camera showed Harrington being led down the courthouse steps in handcuffs, his face a mask of rage and disbelief. Sources close to the investigation tell us that Harrington allegedly orchestrated a scheme to drive down the stock price of Mitchell Industries following the death of its founder, Harold Mitchell. This scheme reportedly involved bribing individuals to spread false information about the company and its leadership. I stared at the screen in shock, barely registering when Roger grabbed my arm. "Did you know about this?" he demanded. I shook my head, unable to tear my eyes from the sight of Harrington being placed in the back of an FBI vehicle. The investigation was apparently triggered by an anonymous tip that led authorities to offshore accounts used to funnel payments to co-conspirators. Among those named in the federal complaint are Derek Erickson, son-in-law of Eleanor Mitchell, and an unidentified female accomplice believed to be Catherine Mitchell Erickson. My knees nearly gave out. Roger and Michael each took one of my arms, supporting me as the implications became clear. "They're going to arrest Catherine," I whispered. "If they can find her," Michael said grimly. Edward pushed through the crowd of reporters, his face ashen. "We need to postpone the announcement. This changes everything." "No," I said, finding my voice and my resolve. "It changes nothing. Our strategy is sound, our path forward clear. If anything, this vindicates our decision to reject Harrington's offer." He stared at me for a long moment, then nodded. "You're right. Let's proceed." The press conference went ahead as planned, though the questions afterward focused almost exclusively on Harrington's arrest and the allegations against Catherine and Derek. I answered as honestly as I could without compromising the ongoing investigation, emphasizing that Mitchell Industries was cooperating fully with authorities and looking forward to putting this difficult chapter behind us. By the time we left the building, exhaustion had settled into my very bones. The security team escorted us back to my house, where Roger insisted on staying for dinner, concerned about how I was handling the news about Catherine. "They'll find her," he said as we sat in the kitchen, picking at the meal the housekeeper had prepared. "The FBI doesn't mess around with securities fraud." "I know," I said. That's what terrifies me. My daughter in federal prison. How did it come to this, Roger? Where did I go so wrong with her? He reached across the table to squeeze my hand. You didn't go wrong, Eleanor. Catherine made her choices. Adult choices with adult consequences. But, no buts. You can support her, love her, be there for her when she's ready to make amends. But you can't take responsibility for her actions. I nodded, too tired to argue, though the guilt still weighed heavily on my heart. After Roger left, promising to return in the morning, I checked in with the security guard stationed outside, then locked all the doors and windows. Despite the day's victories, I couldn't shake the feeling of impending danger, the certainty that something was still lurking just out of sight. I was right. The alarm woke me at 2 in the morning, not the home security system, but my phone's emergency alert, the one I'd set up to notify me of any news about Mitchell Industries, Catherine, or Derek. Fumbling in the dark, I grabbed the phone and squinted at the screen. The headline made my blood run cold. Fire at Mitchell Industries headquarters. Arson suspected. I was out of bed and pulling on clothes before I'd even finished reading the article. My hands shook as I called Michael, who answered on the first ring, his voice grim. I'm already here, he said. It's bad, Eleanor. The entire research and development floor is gone. All the prototype equipment, the servers with the encryption algorithms, everything. Casualties. I managed to ask through the tightness in my throat.
No, thank God.
The building was empty except for security guards, who all got out safely. But the damage. He trailed off. I'm coming down there, I said. There's nothing you can do tonight. The fire department is still working to contain the blaze. Just stay home, stay safe. I'll call you if there are any developments. After he hung up, I paced the bedroom, too wired to go back to sleep, too shaken to think clearly. This was no coincidence, no random act of vandalism. This was targeted destruction, aimed at the heart of Mitchell Industries' future, the quantum encryption technology that made the company so valuable. And I knew exactly who was behind it. My phone rang again, an unknown number. With a sense of inevitability, I answered. Hello, Mother. Catherine's voice was chillingly calm. I see you've heard about the unfortunate accident at the office.
Accident?
I repeated, anger flaring through my shock. You burned down your father's legacy. No, she corrected coldly. You did that when you turned against me. When you chose to side with the board, with Michael, with everyone but your own daughter. Catherine, listen to me. The FBI is looking for you. Harrington has been arrested. He's going to prison, and if you don't turn yourself in, you'll be joining him. Is that what you want? Is that the life you envision for yourself? She laughed, a brittle, unhinged sound that sent chills down my spine. Prison? Oh, Mother, you still don't get it, do you? I'm not going to prison. I'm not even in the country anymore. My heart sank. Where are you? Somewhere without an extradition treaty. Somewhere with beautiful beaches and private banking. Somewhere Derek and I can enjoy the fruits of our labor. What labor? The money you stole from your father's company? The technology you destroyed tonight? Insurance, she said simply. I knew Harrington was a risk, too arrogant, too obvious in his methods. That's why I made sure to have a backup plan. The technology isn't destroyed, Mother. It's right here with me, complete and ready to be sold to the highest bidder. The implications hit me like a physical blow. You copied it all.
Before you left.
That's why you took those files. Bingo, she said mockingly. The old copy and delete. Elementary, really. And now Mitchell Industries is finished. No technology, no Harrington bailout, no future. Just a burned-out shell of a company and a mother who chose it over her own daughter. Catherine, please, I begged, desperation overriding pride. It's not too late.
Come home. Face the consequences.
I'll stand by you. I'll get you the best lawyers. Save it, she snapped. Your performance on television might have fooled the public, but I know the truth. You never loved me like you loved him. It was always Harold this, Harold that. Well, now you've lost us both. That's not true. I protested, tears streaming down my face. I always loved you. I still do. Please, Catherine. Goodbye, Mother. Enjoy the ashes of your precious company. It's all you have left. The line went dead, leaving me standing in the middle of my bedroom, the phone still pressed to my ear as if I could somehow call her back, change her mind, undo everything that had led us to this point. But it was too late. For everything. I sank onto the bed, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the disaster. The company was crippled, perhaps fatally. The technology that represented its future was gone, either destroyed or stolen. My daughter was a fugitive, beyond the reach of American law, consumed by hatred and vengeance. And I was alone, truly alone, with nothing but the hollow victory of the board meeting to console me, a victory that now seemed meaningless in the face of this new catastrophe. The security guard knocked on my door sometime later, concerned by the light still burning at such an early hour. I assured him I was fine, just unable to sleep after the news about the fire. He nodded sympathetically and returned to his post, leaving me once again with only my thoughts for company. As dawn broke, I made a decision. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. Catherine might think she had destroyed everything, but she had underestimated me, just as everyone else had. I showered, dressed, and called Roger. "I need you to come over," I said without preamble. "And bring Michael. We have work to do." They arrived within the hour, both looking as shell-shocked as I felt. Michael's suit was rumpled, his face smudged with soot from the fire scene. Roger's eyes were red-rimmed with exhaustion and stress. "The fire department says it was definitely arson," Michael reported as we gathered in the kitchen. "Multiple points of origin, accelerants used. They found the remains of a sophisticated timing device in what used to be the server room." "Catherine," I said simply. "She called me last night, all but admitted it. But that's not the worst part." I told them about the stolen technology, about Catherine and Derek fleeing to a country without extradition. "She has everything," I finished. "The algorithms, the implementation details, everything needed to build and sell the quantum encryption system. And Mitchell Industries has nothing, no prototypes, no backups, no future." Roger and Michael exchanged grim looks. "Actually," Michael said slowly, "that's not entirely true." I stared at him. "What do you mean?" Harold was paranoid about security, especially in the last year after he discovered the embezzlement. He didn't trust the company's systems, not completely. "Michael," Roger said in a warning tone, "if you're saying what I think you're saying..." "I am," Michael confirmed. Harold maintained a separate, offline backup of all the critical research and development. Updated weekly, stored in a secure location known only to him and one other person. Hope, faint but unmistakable, flickered to life in my chest. Who was the other person? Michael met my gaze steadily. Me. For a moment, I couldn't speak, couldn't process the implications of what he was saying. "You have the backups?" I finally managed. "The complete technology? Everything?" He nodded. "Everything up to a week before Harold died. Not the very latest version, but close enough that we could rebuild relatively quickly." "Why didn't you tell me this before?" I demanded, emotions warring between relief and anger. "Harold made me promise not to tell anyone unless it was absolutely necessary," Michael explained. He was worried about insider threats, about the possibility that someone within the company was working against him. Given what we now know about Catherine and Derek, he was right to be cautious, I finished, understanding dawning. And now we have a choice to make," Roger said. "We can announce that the technology survived, which would stabilize the stock price but also potentially make us a target for whoever Catherine plans to sell to. Or we can let the world think the technology is lost, buy ourselves time to rebuild quietly, and then surprise the market when we're ready." I considered the options, weighing risks against potential rewards. "Where are the backups now?" I asked Michael. "In a safe deposit box at First National Bank, accessible only with 2 keys, mine and Harold's." Harold's key. The one I had found taped to the bottom of his cufflink box, the one that now hung on a chain around my neck. The one I had thought opened a different safe deposit box entirely. "I have Harold's key," I said, pulling the chain from beneath my blouse. "Which means we can access the backups anytime." "Yes," Michael agreed. "But we need to be careful. If Catherine finds out the technology survived, she'll try to destroy it again," I finished. "Or worse." The three of us sat in silence for a moment, considering the weight of the decision before us. "I think we let the world believe the technology is lost," I said finally. "We take the stock hit. We weather the storm. Meanwhile, we set up a new, secure development facility, not at the main office, somewhere off the grid. We rebuild, better and stronger than before." "It'll be expensive," Roger cautioned. "The company's finances are already strained from the embezzlement and now the fire damage." "I'll fund it personally if necessary," I said. "Harold left me more than enough." Michael nodded slowly. "It could work. We'd need to bring in the core development team, swear them to absolute secrecy. Find a secure location, set up the infrastructure. Maybe 3 months to get back to where we were." 3 months during which Catherine thinks she's won, I said, a grim satisfaction in my voice. 3 months to track her down, to prepare for whatever she might do next. "Are you sure about this, Eleanor?" Roger asked. "The stock will tank when the markets open. Your net worth on paper will take a massive hit. The board might panic, might still try to sell what's left of the company." "Let them try," I said, a steely resolve settling over me. "I'm still the majority shareholder, and I'm done being underestimated." We spent the rest of the morning making plans for the company, for the secret rebuilding effort, for tracking Catherine's movements through back channels Roger had access to. By noon, we had a strategy in place, roles assigned, next steps identified. As Michael and Roger prepared to leave, my phone rang, the police detective who had been handling Derek's case. "Mrs. Mitchell," he said when I answered, "I wanted to give you an update personally. We've confirmed that Derek Erickson left the country on a private jet the night before Harrington's arrest. The plane was registered to a shell company we've now linked to Harrington. Any idea where they went?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. The flight plan indicated the Maldives, but we believe that was just the first stop. They could be anywhere by now. "And Catherine? My daughter?" The detective hesitated. "We have reason to believe she was on the same flight." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Mitchell. We've notified the FBI and Interpol, but without an extradition treaty." "I understand," I said. "Thank you for letting me know." After I hung up, I found Michael and Roger watching me with concern. "They're in the Maldives," I told them. Or were. Probably moved on by now. "The Maldives has no extradition treaty with the US, Roger confirmed. "But they're not exactly a technological hub. If Catherine's planning to sell the encryption technology, she'll need to meet with potential buyers somewhere more accessible." "Track her," I said. "Use whatever resources you need, whatever connections Harold had. I want to know where my daughter is and what she's planning next." They nodded, understanding the gravity of my request. This wasn't just about recovering stolen technology or saving a company. It was about stopping Catherine before she could do more damage, to herself, to others, to whatever might be left of our family. After they left, I stood in the center of my empty house, feeling the weight of everything that had happened, everything still to come. In the span of 2 weeks, I had lost my husband, discovered my daughter's betrayal, fought off a hostile takeover, and now faced the potential destruction of everything Harold had built. Yet somehow I was still standing, still fighting. The stock markets would open in a few hours. Mitchell Industries shares would plummet as news of the fire and the destroyed technology spread. The business world would write us off, would consider the company mortally wounded. Let them think it. Let Catherine think it. Let them all underestimate me one last time. Because when I was done, when the technology was rebuilt and the company restored, when Catherine realized the magnitude of her miscalculation, then they would finally understand what Harold had known all along. I was never just his wife. I was his equal, his partner, his match in every way. And God help anyone who stood in my way. The next 3 months were the most grueling of my life. By day, I played the role of the grieving widow struggling to hold together the remnants of her husband's company. I met with investors, reassured clients, fended off vulture capitalists looking to buy Mitchell Industries at fire sale prices. By night, I worked with Michael and a small, hand-picked team of engineers at the secret facility we'd established, a converted warehouse on the outskirts of the city, purchased through a shell company Roger had set up to maintain absolute privacy. The quantum encryption technology was slowly being rebuilt, improved upon, made even more revolutionary than before. Harold's backup had been a godsend, saving months or even years of work, but there were still gaps to be filled, refinements to be made. Meanwhile, Roger's contacts in international finance and law enforcement were tracking Catherine and Derek's movements. They had indeed left the Maldives, island hopping through a series of small nations without extradition treaties. Financial transactions suggested they were burning through cash at an alarming rate: private jets, luxury villas, expensive shopping trips. They're living like there's no tomorrow, Roger reported during one of our weekly update meetings. At this rate, even the money they embezzled won't last long. Which means they'll be getting desperate to sell the technology, Michael concluded. They need a big payday, and soon. Any leads on potential buyers? I asked. Roger hesitated, then slid a folder across the table. Several. None of them friendly to American interests. I opened the folder and felt my stomach turn. The list included Chinese technology conglomerates, Russian oligarchs, and a North Korean front company known to acquire military technology by any means necessary. If the encryption technology falls into any of these hands, Michael said quietly, the national security implications would be significant. Have you informed the authorities? I asked. Roger nodded. The FBI and CIA are both aware. They're monitoring the situation, but their hands are tied legally since Catherine and Derek are outside U.S. jurisdiction. So it's up to us, I said, closing the folder. We need to find them before they can make the sale. We're close, Roger assured me. Our sources indicate they've set up meetings with potential buyers in Dubai next week. It's a neutral location, good banking secrecy, easy access for all parties. Then that's where we need to be, I decided. Michael and Roger exchanged worried glances. Eleanor, Roger said gently, I don't think that's wise. Let the professionals handle this. If Catherine sees you in Dubai, she'll be shocked off balance, I finished. Which is exactly what we want. Besides, I'm not suggesting we confront her directly. But I need to be there to make decisions in real time if necessary. They tried to talk me out of it, citing security concerns, legal complications, the potential for things to go catastrophically wrong. But my mind was made up. Catherine was my daughter, my responsibility. And if anyone was going to stop her, it should be me. A week later, I found myself in Dubai, checked into a suite at the same luxury hotel where, according to Roger's sources, Catherine and Derek had reservations for the following day. Michael had stayed behind to oversee the final stages of the technology rebuild, while Roger accompanied me, along with 2 private security specialists with experience in international operations. The plan is simple, Roger explained as we gathered in my suite. We monitor Catherine and Derek's movements, identify the potential buyers, and alert the local authorities at the right moment. Dubai may not extradite to the U.S., but they take a dim view of unauthorized technology transfers that might threaten their own cybersecurity. And if the local authorities aren't cooperative? I asked. Then we move to Plan B, said Klein, the more experienced of the security specialists. We have other resources available. I decided not to ask for details. Some things were better left unsaid. The waiting was excruciating. Hours stretched into days as we monitored lobby cameras, tracked room service orders, followed the digital breadcrumbs of Catherine and Derek's presence in the hotel without ever catching a glimpse of them in person. They're being careful, Klein observed. Staying in their suite, using room service, conducting meetings in private. But they are meeting with people, Roger confirmed, reviewing the security footage. 3 different groups so far, all with the profiles of potential technology buyers. So the auction is underway, I said, a sick feeling in my stomach. My daughter, selling stolen technology to the highest bidder, betraying not just her family, but potentially her country. On the third day, as I was beginning to think we'd miscalculated, that Catherine had somehow sensed the trap, Klein burst into the suite, his expression urgent.
"They're on the move," he said.
"Checking out an hour ago, headed to the marina. We think they're planning to conclude the deal on a private yacht, away from prying eyes."
"Whose yacht?"
Roger demanded, already reaching for his phone. "Registered to a shell company, but our sources say it's linked to Zhao Ming, the Chinese tech billionaire. He's on the list of potential buyers." My heart sank. If Catherine sold the technology to Zhao, it would effectively be in the hands of the Chinese government within days. The national security implications were devastating. "We need to stop them," I said, grabbing my purse. "Now, before the sale is completed. The local authorities won't act without proof of a crime," Klein warned. "And by the time we get that proof, it'll be too late." "Then we'll get the proof ourselves," I decided. "Can you get us onto that yacht?" Klein hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, but it's extremely risky. If we're caught." "I'll take full responsibility," I said. "Let's go." Roger tried one last time to dissuade me, but I was beyond caution now. This was my last chance to stop Catherine, to prevent her from crossing a line from which there could be no return. Within the hour, we were on a small speedboat, approaching the massive yacht anchored in the harbor. Klein had somehow procured crew uniforms for himself and the other security specialist, Jackson. The plan was simple and desperate. They would pose as crew members, get Roger and me on board, and we would find Catherine before the sale was completed. "Remember," Klein instructed as we neared the yacht, "if anything goes wrong, if you're discovered, you deny everything. You were invited guests who got lost. You thought it was a different yacht. Whatever story works." I nodded, though we all knew the flimsy cover wouldn't hold up to serious scrutiny. This was a reckless, dangerous plan, driven more by my desperation to reach Catherine than by any rational strategy. As we pulled alongside the yacht, I felt a moment of doubt. Was I making a terrible mistake? Was I risking not just my own safety but Roger's as well, all on the slim chance of stopping Catherine before it was too late? But then I remembered Harold's face, the pride he took in his company, in the technology he had developed to make the world more secure. I remembered the employees who depended on Mitchell Industries for their livelihoods, the clients who trusted us with their most sensitive data. And I made my choice. Klein and Jackson boarded first, blending seamlessly with the actual crew. Minutes later, they returned and helped Roger and me aboard, quickly ushering us through a service entrance and into the yacht's interior. "Zhao is hosting a party on the main deck," Klein whispered. "Lots of guests, good cover for you to move around." Catherine and Derek were last seen heading for Zhao's private office on the upper level. "That's likely where the deal is being finalized." "How do we get there?" I asked. "Service stairs here." Jackson indicated a discreet door. "We'll create a distraction on the main deck. You two head up, find the office, but be careful. Zhao's security is everywhere." The plan was barely formed, desperate and dangerous, but it was all we had. As Klein and Jackson moved off to create their distraction, Roger and I slipped through the service door and up the stairs, our hearts pounding with fear and adrenaline. The upper level was quieter, more exclusive. We moved carefully down a plush carpeted hallway, past doors that likely led to luxurious staterooms. At the end of the hall was a larger, more imposing door, clearly the private office Klein had mentioned. As we approached, I could hear voices from within. One of them, unmistakably, was Catherine's. "The full amount, transferred now," she was saying, her tone hard and businesslike. "Once we confirm receipt, we'll provide the final encryption keys." "Of course," responded a male voice with a slight accent. "Zhao, presumably. But first, I would like another demonstration, to be certain that what you're selling is indeed as revolutionary as you claim." "We've already shown you the test results," Derek's voice now, impatient and edgy. "The quantum encryption is unbreakable by conventional methods. What more proof do you need?" "Indulge me," Zhao said smoothly. "One final test, and then the money is yours." There was a pause, then Catherine again. "Fine. One more test. But after that, we conclude the deal and go our separate ways. I'm tired of Dubai. This was it, our last chance. Once the demonstration was complete, once the money changed hands, the technology would be gone forever. I looked at Roger, who nodded grimly. We had no plan, no leverage, nothing but the element of surprise. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the door. The scene inside froze. Catherine and Derek standing beside a laptop computer, facing Zhao, who sat behind an ornate desk. Two large men, security, obviously, flanked the desk, their hands moving instantly toward concealed weapons. Mother? Catherine gasped, her face draining of color. How? What are you doing here? Stopping you from making the biggest mistake of your life, I said, stepping into the room with a confidence I didn't feel. Roger followed, closing the door behind us. Mrs. Mitchell, Zhao said, recovering quickly. This is an unexpected pleasure. Your daughter didn't mention you would be joining us. She didn't know, I replied, never taking my eyes off Catherine. Just as she doesn't know that what she's selling you is incomplete, flawed. The technology won't work as promised. Catherine's eyes narrowed. You're lying. I took everything from the servers before I destroyed them. You took what Harold wanted you to find. I countered, gambling everything on a bluff. A decoy version, designed to appear functional but ultimately fail under real-world conditions. Did you really think your father wouldn't have safeguards in place? That he wouldn't protect his greatest innovation from theft? Doubt flickered across Catherine's face. Derek looked between us, his expression darkening. She's bluffing, he told Zhao. The technology works. We've tested it ourselves. Have you? I asked. Have you deployed it in an actual security environment? Or have you only run the simulations included in the package you stole? Simulations designed to give the appearance of success. Zhao was watching the exchange with calculating eyes. Perhaps we should postpone our transaction until this family disagreement is resolved. No. Catherine snapped. She's lying, trying to sabotage the deal. The technology is complete and functional. Then you won't mind if Mr. Zhao's experts conduct a more thorough analysis before payment. Roger suggested mildly. Take a week. Verify that what you're selling is the genuine article. We don't have a week, Derek hissed at Catherine. We need to close this deal now. The desperation in his voice confirmed what Roger had suspected. They were running out of money, needed the big payday this sale would bring. Catherine hesitated, clearly torn between the need to complete the deal and the seed of doubt I had planted. I can assure you, the technology is fully functional, she told Zhao, but her voice lacked conviction. Perhaps, Zhao said, rising from his desk. But I think your mother's concerns merit consideration. I will have my team conduct a more thorough analysis. If the technology proves to be as advertised, we can conclude our business next week. We had a deal, Derek protested, his face flushing with anger. We had a provisional arrangement, Zhao corrected coldly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have guests to attend to. He nodded to his security men, who moved to escort us all out of the office. The deal was off, at least temporarily. I had bought us time. Time for the rebuilt technology to be completed, time for the authorities to close in on Catherine and Derek. As we were led down to the main deck, Catherine fell into step beside me, her voice low and venomous. You think you've won? This is just a delay. Once Zhao's people verify the technology, the deal will go through. If the technology is everything you claim, yes, I agreed. But are you so certain it is? Your father was a brilliant man, Catherine. More brilliant than you ever gave him credit for. Doubt clouded her features again. You're trying to manipulate me. It won't work. I'm trying to save you, I corrected gently. From Zhao, from Derek, from yourself. It's not too late, Catherine.
Come home with me now.
Face the consequences, make amends. I'll stand by you, help you rebuild your life. For a fleeting moment, something like longing crossed her face. Then Derek appeared at her side, his hand closing possessively around her arm. Don't listen to her, he said. She's desperate, saying anything to stop the deal. The moment passed. Catherine's expression hardened once more. You're wasting your breath, Mother.
This is who I am now.
This is the life I've chosen.
Is it? I asked.
Or is it the life Derek has chosen for you? Before she could respond, we reached the main deck, where the party was still in full swing. Zhao's security men made it clear our presence was no longer welcome, escorting us firmly but discreetly to the boarding area where tenders waited to return guests to shore. As Roger and I were guided onto one of the smaller boats, I looked back at the yacht. Catherine stood at the railing, watching us leave, her expression unreadable in the gathering dusk.
Derek was nowhere to be seen.
Was any of that true? Roger asked quietly as the tender pulled away. About the technology being flawed, being a decoy? No, I admitted.
Pure bless.
But it worked. We've bought ourselves time. And what will we do with that time? He asked. I watched the yacht recede into the distance, my daughter's silhouette still visible at the railing, a small, solitary figure against the gleaming white vessel. We've finished rebuilding the real technology, I said. We bring it to market before Catherine and Derek can sell their stolen version. And we find a way to bring my daughter home. Even after everything she's done? Roger asked gently. I turned away from the yacht, facing forward as the tender sped toward the lights of Dubai's marina. She's still my daughter, I said simply. And I won't give up on her. Not yet. But even as I said the words, a cold certainty settled in my heart. Catherine had chosen her path, had aligned herself with Derek and his schemes, had betrayed everything and everyone who had ever loved her. Saving the company, rebuilding the technology, those goals were within reach. But saving Catherine? That might be beyond even my newfound strength and determination. As the Dubai skyline drew closer, glittering with the promise of wealth and possibility, I made a silent vow. I would do everything in my power to salvage what could be saved. The company, the technology, perhaps even my relationship with my daughter. But I would no longer be naive about the obstacles ahead or about Catherine's capacity for betrayal. The innocent trust that had defined our relationship for decades was gone, shattered beyond repair. In its place was something harder, colder, but perhaps more realistic. The understanding that sometimes the people we love most are the ones most capable of destroying us. And the determination that, this time, I would not be the one destroyed. The flight back to the States was tense, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Roger was coordinating with Michael and the development team, ensuring that security at our secret facility was heightened in case Catherine and Derek discovered our rebuilding efforts. I was replaying my confrontation with Catherine, searching for clues to her state of mind, wondering if I had reached her at all or if she was truly lost to me. As our plane began its descent, Roger received a text message that made him sit up straight, his expression alarmed. "What is it?" I asked. "Michael, there's been a breach at the facility. Someone tried to access the server room last night." My heart raced. "Catherine?" "Unknown. Security footage shows a masked intruder who fled when the alarms triggered. Nothing was taken or damaged, but it means they know." I finished. "Somehow, they know we're rebuilding the technology." Roger nodded grimly. "We need to move everything. Immediately. The location is compromised." The next 48 hours were a blur of activity. The entire development operation, equipment, servers, personnel, was relocated to a new secure facility, this one beneath a nondescript office building owned by a company 3 steps removed from Mitchell Industries. Michael met us at the new location, his face haggard with stress and lack of sleep. "We're still on schedule," he reported. "Despite the disruption, the rebuild is nearly complete. 2 more weeks, and we'll have a fully functional prototype ready for demonstration." "And the intruder?" I asked. "No concrete identification yet, but the height and build matched Derek Erickson. And there's this." He showed us security footage from a gas station near the old facility, captured just hours before the break-in attempt. The image was grainy but unmistakable. Derek, looking furtive and tense, filling up a rental car. "He's back in the country," Roger said, stating the obvious. "Which means Catherine could be too," I finished, a cold weight settling in my stomach. "They must have followed us from Dubai, realized I was bluffing about the technology being flawed. Or they were already suspicious and used the opportunity to track us back to the source, Michael suggested. Either way, the implications were clear. Catherine and Derek knew we were rebuilding the technology, knew we were planning to beat them to market. And they were desperate enough to risk returning to a country where federal warrants awaited them. We need to accelerate the timeline, I decided. How quickly can we be ready for a public announcement? Michael hesitated. The technology itself is nearly ready, but the marketing materials, the investor presentations, the regulatory filings, those will take time. Time we may not have, Roger pointed out. If Catherine and Derek are back, if they're targeting our rebuilding efforts, we need to move fast. 1 week, I said firmly. We go public in 1 week, ready or not. Schedule a press conference, alert the board, prepare the markets for a major announcement. They both looked skeptical, but nodded agreement. We had come too far, risked too much, to hesitate now. The next week was the most intense of my life. Days blurred into nights as we worked around the clock to prepare for the announcement. The development team put the finishing touches on the quantum encryption technology, while marketing scrambled to create materials, legal drafted patents and regulatory disclosures, and security maintained constant vigilance against further intrusion attempts. Through it all, I was haunted by thoughts of Catherine. Was she in the city right now, plotting her next move? Was she working with Derek willingly, or had he somehow coerced her, manipulated her into this path of destruction? And most troubling of all, if I came face to face with her again, could I still reach the daughter I had raised, or was she truly lost to me? The night before the press conference, as I finally returned home for a few hours of rest, I found another envelope on my kitchen counter, identical to the one Catherine had left months earlier. With trembling hands, I opened it, dreading what message it might contain. Inside was a single photograph, Catherine and me at her college graduation, both of us smiling, my arm around her shoulders, her face glowing with pride and possibility. Across the image, written in red marker, were the words, "Remember when you loved me?" I sank into a chair, the photograph clutched in my hand, tears streaming down my face. The message was clear, an accusation, a recrimination, a wound deliberately inflicted. But it was also, perhaps, a cry for help. A reminder of what had been lost, what might still be salvaged. I was still sitting there, the photograph in my hand, when my phone rang. Unknown number, just like before. "Hello," I answered, my voice hoarse with emotion. "Did you get my message?" Catherine asked, her tone unreadable. "Yes," I said simply. I remember that day, one of the happiest of my life. She was silent for a long moment. "Mine too," she finally admitted, her voice softer than I had heard it in months. "Catherine," I said gently, "it's not too late. Whatever you've done, whatever you think can't be forgiven, we can work through it. Together." "That's not why I called," she said, her voice hardening again. "I called to warn you. Derek knows about the press conference tomorrow. He has plans to disrupt it." A chill ran down my spine. What kind of disruption? I don't know the details. He doesn't trust me fully anymore, not since Dubai. But it's going to be public, dramatic. He wants to humiliate you, destroy whatever credibility you have left. And you're warning me because... Another long pause. Because despite everything, you're still my mother. And because I'm starting to think I might have made a terrible mistake. Hope flared in my chest, fierce and unexpected. "Then come home, Catherine. Now, tonight. We'll face whatever comes together." "It's not that simple," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. He's not who I thought he was. He's dangerous, Mother. More dangerous than you know. All the more reason for you to get away from him," I urged. "Tell me where you are. I'll come get you myself right now." "I can't," she said, and I could hear the fear in her voice now. "He's watching me, tracking my phone. This call is already too risky." "Catherine." "I have to go," she interrupted. "Just be careful tomorrow. And if there's a way, help me." The line went dead before I could respond, leaving me staring at the phone in shock and confusion. Had Catherine just reached out for help? Was she truly turning against Derek, seeing him at last for what he was? Or was this another manipulation, another trap designed to lower my guard at a critical moment? I didn't know what to believe anymore. But one thing was certain. Tomorrow's press conference had just become even more dangerous, even more unpredictable than we had anticipated. I called Roger immediately, then Michael. Security protocols were heightened, additional personnel brought in, the venue swept for explosives or other threats. By midnight, we had done everything possible to prepare for whatever Derek might have planned. But as I finally lay down to rest, sleep eluding me despite my exhaustion, Catherine's words echoed in my mind. If there's a way, help me. My daughter was asking for help. And whatever else happened tomorrow, I would not fail her. Not again. Morning came too soon, gray light filtering through my bedroom curtains after what felt like minutes rather than hours of restless sleep. I rose mechanically, showered, dressed in the outfit I had chosen days earlier, a conservative navy suit that projected confidence and authority, pearl earrings that had been a gift from Harold on our 30th anniversary. The security team arrived to escort me to the venue, a larger contingent than usual, all of them visibly armed, intensely alert. Roger met me at the door, his expression grave. "Any developments?" I asked as we walked to the waiting car. "Nothing concrete," he said, "but we're ready for anything. The entire building has been secured, every attendee will be screened, and we have plainclothes security positioned throughout the audience." "And Catherine? Any sign of her?" Roger shook his head. "Nothing. Do you really think she was warning you, not setting you up?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But I have to believe there's still something of my daughter left in her, something that hasn't been corrupted by Derek's influence." He squeezed my arm supportively, but said nothing. We both knew the odds were against such optimism. The venue was a modern conference center downtown, its soaring glass atrium filled with journalists, investors, industry analysts, and other invited guests. The Mitchell Industries logo dominated the stage, flanked by screens ready to display the demonstration of the rebuilt quantum encryption technology. Behind the scenes, in a small green room, the final preparations were underway. Michael was reviewing his technical presentation one last time, while the head of marketing fussed with the press packages that would be distributed after the announcement. I sat quietly in a corner, trying to center myself, to prepare for whatever might come. In less than an hour, I would walk onto that stage and announce that Mitchell Industries had not only survived the catastrophic fire but had emerged stronger, with its revolutionary technology intact and ready for market. It would be the culmination of months of secret work, of countless sleepless nights, of risks taken and sacrifices made. A triumph against all odds. Unless Derek's disruption derailed everything. A security officer appeared at the door, his expression tense. "Mrs. Mitchell, we need to speak with you. Privately." I followed him to a small side room, where the head of security waited, his face grim. "We've identified a potential threat," he said without preamble. A woman matching Catherine Erickson's description was seen entering the building about 20 minutes ago. "We're reviewing security footage now to confirm and locate her current position." My heart raced. Did she appear to be under duress? Was she alone? Alone, as far as we can tell. But her behavior was erratic, nervous. She kept looking over her shoulder, as if expecting to be followed. Catherine's words from last night echoed in my mind. "Derek is dangerous. More dangerous than you know. Find her," I said urgently, "but approach with caution. She may be in danger herself. With all due respect, Mrs. Mitchell, your daughter is a wanted fugitive. If it is her, our protocol is to detain and contact the authorities immediately." "Of course," I agreed. "But please, make sure she's not harmed. And let me know the moment she's found." He nodded reluctantly and left to coordinate the search. I returned to the green room, my mind racing. Was Catherine here to warn me in person? To sabotage the announcement? Or was she running from Derek, seeking protection? There was no time to ponder these questions further. The event coordinator appeared, clipboard in hand. 5 minutes, Mrs. Mitchell. We're ready when you are." I nodded, took a deep breath, and followed her toward the stage entrance. Michael fell into step beside me, his expression focused, professional. "Ready?" he asked quietly. "As I'll ever be," I replied. We paused in the wings, waiting for our cue. The atrium had filled completely, every seat occupied, additional attendees standing along the walls. The buzz of conversation was loud, expectant. The lights dimmed slightly, and the company's introduction video began playing on the large screens. Any moment now, we would be announced, would walk out to reveal the rebirth of Mitchell Industries' most revolutionary technology. And somewhere in that crowd, possibly, was my daughter. And Derek, with whatever disruption he had planned. The video ended. The moderator stepped to the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of Mitchell Industries, Mrs. Eleanor Mitchell, and President and Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Michael Chen." Applause filled the atrium as we walked onto the stage, smiling and waving as if this were any normal corporate announcement, not a moment fraught with personal and professional peril. I approached the podium, adjusting the microphone slightly as the applause died down. The bright lights made it difficult to see individual faces in the audience, to scan for Catherine or Derek among the sea of expectant expressions. "Thank you all for coming today," I began, my voice steady despite my racing heart. 3 months ago, Mitchell Industries suffered a devastating blow, a fire that destroyed our research and development facilities, including the prototypes for a groundbreaking new technology we had been developing for the past 5 years. The audience was silent, attentive. I continued. Many assumed that loss was fatal, that without the quantum encryption technology, Mitchell Industries had no future. Some predicted bankruptcy. Others suggested selling what remained of the company to competitors. Even our own board considered these options. I paused, allowing the tension to build. But today, I am pleased to announce that Mitchell Industries is not only surviving but thriving. Because the quantum encryption technology was not lost in the fire. In fact, it has been rebuilt, improved, and is ready for market, months ahead of our original schedule. A murmur of surprise and excitement rippled through the crowd. I was about to continue when movement at the back of the atrium caught my eye, security personnel quietly converging on a specific area, their hands near their concealed weapons. My heart skipped a beat, but I forced myself to continue. This achievement is a testament to the vision of my late husband, Harold Mitchell, who insisted on maintaining secure backups of all critical research. It is a testament to the brilliance and dedication of our development team, led by Michael Chen. And it is a testament to the resilience of this company, which has faced unprecedented challenges and emerged stronger than ever. More movement at the back of the room. A commotion beginning. Security speaking into their radios. I pressed on, determined to complete the announcement before whatever was happening escalated further. Today, Mitchell Industries is proud to unveil the world's first commercially viable quantum encryption system, a technology that will revolutionize data security for governments, corporations, and individuals alike. I gestured to Michael, who stepped forward to begin the technical presentation. As he launched into his carefully prepared remarks, I scanned the audience more deliberately, trying to identify the source of the disturbance. And then I saw her, Catherine, standing against the back wall, her face pale, her eyes fixed on me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Fear? Regret? Determination? A security officer was approaching her discreetly, speaking into his radio. Catherine's eyes darted to him, then back to me, her expression now clearly panicked. Something was wrong. Very wrong. I stepped slightly away from the podium, catching Roger's eye in the front row. He followed my gaze to the back of the room, to Catherine, and immediately understood. He rose and began making his way toward her, just as another disturbance erupted, this one at the side entrance to the atrium. Derek, flanked by 2 large men who were forcibly pushing past the security checkpoint. His face contorted with rage, his hand reaching inside his jacket. Time seemed to slow. I saw Catherine's mouth open in a shout of warning. Saw Derek's hand emerge with something metallic. A gun? Saw security personnel rushing toward him from multiple directions. And then chaos erupted. A deafening bang. Not a gunshot, but an explosion, small but powerful, from a device apparently planted near the stage. Smoke filled the air, along with screams and shouts. The lights flickered, then went out, plunging the atrium into darkness broken only by emergency exit signs and the glow of phone screens. Someone grabbed my arm. Michael, pulling me away from the podium toward the backstage area. "We need to get you out of here," he shouted over the cacophony. "Catherine," I yelled back, resisting his pull. "My daughter. She's here." "Security will find her," he insisted. "Your safety is the priority right now." But I couldn't leave, couldn't abandon Catherine again, not when she had come to warn me, to help me. I broke free from Michael's grip and pushed back toward the stage, trying to see through the smoke and darkness. The backup generators kicked in, emergency lighting casting an eerie glow over the scene. The atrium was in pandemonium, people rushing for exits, security attempting to restore order, medical personnel tending to those injured in the crush. And then I saw them, Catherine and Derek, facing each other near the side entrance. He had her by the arm, was trying to drag her toward the door. She was resisting, struggling against his grip. Without thinking, I moved toward them, ignoring Michael's shouts to stop, to wait for security. All I could see was my daughter in danger, my daughter needing me. As I approached, Derek spotted me. His face twisted into a mask of hatred. "You," he snarled. "This is all your fault." Catherine took advantage of his momentary distraction to wrench free from his grip. "Run, mother," she shouted. "He has a gun." But I didn't run. I couldn't. Not when Catherine was finally reaching out to me, finally choosing me over Derek. "It's over, Derek," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Security is everywhere. The police are on their way. Let her go and surrender yourself." He laughed, a harsh, unhinged sound. "Surrender?
To you?
After everything you've taken from me? I don't think so, Eleanor." His hand moved toward his jacket again. Catherine saw it too and lunged at him, grabbing his arm. They struggled briefly, violently. Then a shot rang out. For a moment, time stood still. Derek and Catherine froze in their struggle, their expressions shocked. Then, slowly, Catherine staggered backward, her hand pressed to her abdomen, red spreading between her fingers.
"No!"
I screamed, rushing forward as she collapsed. Derek stared at the gun in his hand, at Catherine on the floor, his face a mixture of horror and disbelief. Then, as security personnel converged from all directions, he turned and fled toward the exit. I fell to my knees beside Catherine, gathering her into my arms. "Help!" I screamed. "My daughter's been shot. We need a doctor." Catherine's eyes fluttered open, focusing on my face with difficulty. "Mom," she whispered.
"I'm sorry."
"So sorry." "Don't talk," I said, pressing my hand over hers, trying to stem the bleeding. "Help is coming. You're going to be fine." But the blood was flowing freely, soaking through her clothes, pooling on the floor beneath us. Her face was pale, growing paler by the second. "I tried to warn you," she said, her voice faint. "Derek, he found out I called you. He was so angry." "Shh," I soothed, tears streaming down my face. "Save your strength. Please, Catherine. Hold on." Medical personnel arrived, gently but firmly moving me aside to attend to her. I watched in helpless horror as they cut away her clothing, applied pressure bandages, started in 4. Blood pressure dropping, one of them said tersely. "We need to transport now." They lifted her onto a stretcher, working with swift efficiency. As they prepared to move her, Catherine's hand reached out, searching for mine. I took it, squeezing gently. "Mom," she whispered, her voice barely audible now. "I'm scared." "I'm right here," I promised, walking alongside the stretcher as they began moving toward the exit. "I'm not leaving you. Not ever again." Her eyes held mine for a long moment, filled with fear and regret and something else, a silent plea for forgiveness. Then they closed, her hand going limp in mine. "Catherine?" I called, panic rising in my throat. "Catherine!" The medical team moved faster, rushing her toward the waiting ambulance. One of them pulled me aside gently, but firmly. "We need to move quickly," she said. "You can follow in another vehicle." "Is she?" I couldn't finish the question. "She's alive," the woman assured me. "But critical. Every second counts now." Roger appeared at my side, his arm around my shoulders, supporting me as my knees threatened to give way. "I've got a car waiting," he said. "We'll be right behind the ambulance." The next hours passed in a blur of hospital corridors, hushed conversations with doctors, forms to sign, decisions to make. Catherine was rushed into surgery, the bullet having torn through her liver and nicked her inferior vena cava, causing massive internal bleeding. "She's lost a lot of blood," the surgeon told me gravely. "We're doing everything we can, but you should prepare yourself for the possibility." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. I sat in the surgical waiting room, Roger and Michael on either side of me, a silent vigil as the minutes stretched into hours. Police officers came and went, taking statements about the shooting, the explosion, Derek's escape in the chaos. "We'll find him," the detective in charge assured me. "Every law enforcement agency in the country is looking for him now." But Derek was the furthest thing from my mind. All I could think about was Catherine, lying on an operating table, fighting for her life. My daughter, who had finally reached out to me, had tried to warn me, had perhaps saved my life by confronting Derek. My daughter, who might die before I could tell her I forgave her, before I could ask her forgiveness in return. The surgeon reappeared after what seemed like an eternity, his face grave but not defeated. "She's alive," he said without preamble. "The surgery was successful, but she's not out of danger yet. The next 24 hours will be critical." "Can I see her?" I asked, rising on unsteady legs. "Briefly," he nodded. "She's in recovery now, still unconscious from the anesthesia. Once she's stable, we'll move her to the ICU." Catherine looked impossibly small and fragile in the recovery room bed, surrounded by machines monitoring her vital signs, tubes and wires connecting her to life-sustaining equipment. Her face was pale as porcelain, her breathing shallow but steady. I took her hand, cool, limp, and held it between both of mine, trying to infuse it with warmth, with life, with all the love I had never adequately expressed. "I'm here, Catherine," I whispered. "I'm right here. And I'm not going anywhere until you open your eyes and talk to me. So you'd better wake up soon, because you know how impatient I can be." There was no response, no flicker of recognition. Just the steady beep of the heart monitor, the rhythmic hiss of the ventilator. A nurse touched my shoulder gently. "We need to move her now," she said. "You can visit again once she's settled in the ICU." I nodded, reluctantly releasing Catherine's hand. As they wheeled her away, I stood alone in the recovery room, surrounded by the ghostly evidence of her brush with death, discarded packaging from medical supplies, monitors still beeping softly, the faint coppery smell of blood. Roger found me there, still standing, staring at the empty space where Catherine's bed had been. "Eleanor," he said gently, "come sit down. You need to rest too." I allowed him to lead me back to the waiting area, where Michael was fielding calls from board members, investors, and media outlets, all clamoring for information about the disrupted announcement and the shooting. "The press conference," I said, suddenly remembering. "The announcement. The technology is secure," Michael assured me. The demonstration equipment was removed safely during the evacuation. The press packages were never distributed. As far as the public knows, there was an incident at a Mitchell Industries event, details forthcoming. So all of it, the months of work, the rebuilding, the announcement, it was all for nothing? "Not for nothing," Roger said firmly. "We can reschedule the announcement. The technology is still intact, still ready for market." "Briefly," he cautioned. "She's heavily medicated, drifting in and out of consciousness. But she was quite insistent on seeing you." I followed him to the ICU, my heart pounding with equal parts fear and hope. What would Catherine say? What could I say to her after everything that had happened? She looked even more fragile in the ICU bed, if that were possible. But her eyes were open, searching the room until they found me. A faint smile touched her lips. "Mom," she whispered, her voice hoarse from the breathing tube that had been removed. You came. Of course I came, I said, moving to her bedside, taking her hand in mine. I told you I wouldn't leave you. Not ever again. Tears filled her eyes. I'm so sorry. For everything. The embezzlement, the fire, helping Derek. I don't know how it all went so wrong. Sure, I soothed, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. We don't need to talk about that now. All that matters is that you're going to be okay. Am I? She asked, her gaze direct despite her weakness. Going to be okay? The doctors won't tell me. I hesitated, torn between comforting lies and hard truth. The surgery went well, I said finally. But yes, you're very seriously injured. The next day or so will be critical. She nodded slightly, accepting this.
Derek.
He escaped in the confusion. But the police will find him. Every law enforcement agency in the country is looking for him now. Fear flickered across her face. He'll come back. For both of us. He hates us now, blames us for ruining everything. He won't get near you again. I promised fiercely. I'll make sure of it. She squeezed my hand weakly. I should have listened to you from the beginning. About Derek, about everything. Dad was right. I was so blind. We both were, I admitted. I didn't see what was happening to you, didn't understand how Derek was isolating you, manipulating you. I failed you as a mother. No, she whispered. I failed you. Failed Dad. Failed myself. A tear slipped down her cheek, then another. I gently wiped them away, my own vision blurring with emotion. Let's agree that we both made mistakes, I suggested softly. And let's focus now on healing. On rebuilding, just like we rebuilt the company. The ghost of a smile touched her lips. You really did it? Rebuilt the technology. We really did, I confirmed. It's ready for market. Or it will be, once we reschedule the announcement. Dad would be proud, she murmured, her eyelids drooping as exhaustion overtook her. Of you. Always said strongest person he knew. Her voice trailed off as she drifted back into unconsciousness. I sat beside her, still holding her hand, watching the rise and fall of her chest, the flickering numbers on the monitors tracking her vital signs. A nurse approached quietly. You should get some rest, Mrs. Mitchell. She'll mostly sleep now, and you look like you could use some sleep yourself. I promised I wouldn't leave her, I said stubbornly. The nurse smiled kindly. We'll call you immediately if there's any change. And we can set up a cot in the family waiting room if you don't want to go home. I nodded, reluctantly releasing Catherine's hand. I'll be right outside, I told her sleeping form. Right outside, whenever you need me. In the hallway, I found Roger waiting, his expression troubled. There's been a development, he said quietly, leading me away from Catherine's room. Derek has been in contact. My blood ran cold. What do you mean, in contact? He called the Mitchell Industries main number, asked for you. When they said you weren't available, he left a message. What message? Roger hesitated, then pulled out his phone and played a voicemail. Derek's voice, taut with rage and desperation. Tell Eleanor this isn't over. Tell her I'm coming for her, for everything she loves. She took everything from me, my wife, my future, my freedom. Now I'm going to take everything from her, starting with what's left of Mitchell Industries. I listened, a strange calm settling over me. This wasn't the first threat Derek had made, nor would it be the last. But something had changed. I had changed. He's desperate, I said. Cornered. And that makes him dangerous, but it also makes him careless. The police have been notified, Roger assured me. They're tracing the call, setting up additional security here at the hospital and at your home. Good, I nodded. But that's not enough. I want private security as well, the best you can find. Around-the-clock protection for Catherine. And I want her people monitoring all of Derek's known associates, any accounts he might still have access to, any properties he might use as hiding places. Roger looked at me with newfound respect. Already done. Michael's coordinating with a security firm that specializes in executive protection. And we've hired private investigators to supplement the police search for Derek. Good, I said again. Now, about the company announcement. Eleanor, Roger interrupted gently. That can wait.
You need to rest.
Focus on Catherine now. The company will still be there when you're both stronger. He was right, of course. The company, the technology, the market announcement, all of it could wait. Catherine couldn't. Not if these next 24 hours were as critical as the doctors believed. I'll rest here, I decided. Have someone bring me a change of clothes, my toiletries, my laptop. I'll work from the hospital until Catherine is out of danger. Roger didn't argue, just nodded and made the necessary calls. Within hours, I was set up in the family waiting room adjacent to the ICU, a makeshift command center from which I could monitor both Catherine's condition and the ongoing search for Derek. Days passed in a strange, timeless blur. Catherine's condition improved incrementally, her vital signs stabilizing, her periods of consciousness lengthening, her pain gradually becoming manageable with less intensive medication. The doctor's cautious optimism gave way to confident predictions of a full recovery, albeit a slow one. Derek remained at large, despite the nationwide manhunt. There were reported sightings in a dozen cities, none confirmed. His threatening calls continued, growing more erratic, more unhinged with each message. The FBI became involved, classifying him as a domestic terrorist after evidence emerged linking him to the explosion at the press conference. Through it all, I remained at Catherine's side, leaving the hospital only when absolutely necessary, conducting Mitchell Industries business via video conference, phone calls, and email. The board, impressed by my handling of the crisis and by the successful rebuilding of the quantum encryption technology, voted unanimously to proceed with a rescheduled announcement once Catherine was sufficiently recovered. We want to wait until you can both be there, Edward told me during one of our calls. The company announcement should also be a family reconciliation, a complete rebirth of Mitchell Industries, with you and Catherine united at the helm. The sentiment was touching, if somewhat calculated for public relations impact. But I appreciated it nonetheless, as did Catherine when I relayed the message to her. Do you think they'll ever trust me again? She asked, her voice stronger now but still tinged with uncertainty. After everything I did? Trust has to be earned, I said honestly. But yes, I think they will. In time, with consistent effort, with demonstrable change. Like you've done with me, she observed quietly. I took her hand, squeezed it gently. Family is complicated. Trust there works differently. Does it? She asked. Or do we just want it to, because it's easier than admitting how deeply we can hurt the people who should matter most? It was a surprisingly insightful question, one that revealed how much Catherine had been reflecting during her hospital stay, how much she had matured through this ordeal. Perhaps a bit of both, I conceded. But the important thing is that we're here now, together, working toward a new beginning. She nodded, her expression thoughtful. I've been thinking about that, new beginnings. About what I want my life to look like after this, assuming I'm not in prison. The legal implications of Catherine's actions still loomed large. While Derek was now the primary target of law enforcement, Catherine had still participated in embezzlement, corporate espionage, and the arson that destroyed the Mitchell Industries research facility. The fact that she had ultimately turned against Derek, had tried to warn me, might mitigate her culpability, but wouldn't erase it entirely. We'll face that together too, I promised. The best lawyers, full cooperation with authorities, a demonstration of genuine remorse and rehabilitation. It won't be easy, but it's not hopeless. Like rebuilding the company, she said with a small smile. One step at a time. Exactly like that, I agreed. As Catherine grew stronger, she began providing information to the FBI about Derek's possible whereabouts, his contacts, his methods of operating under the radar. Her cooperation was valuable but limited. Derek had kept many aspects of his life hidden even from her, compartmentalizing information as all skilled manipulators do. He always had escape plans, she told the agents during one interview. Multiple identities, cash reserves in various locations, friends or associates who owed him favors. He was paranoid that way, always preparing for the worst-case scenario. Like now, the agent observed. Yes, Catherine agreed. But he's also impulsive when he's angry. And he's very, very angry now. At me, at my mother, at everyone he blames for his current situation. Which makes him dangerous, the agent concluded. More than you know, Catherine said quietly. He won't stop until he gets what he wants. And what he wants now is revenge. The warning was sobering but not surprising. We had already seen the depths of Derek's vindictiveness, his willingness to destroy anything and anyone who stood in his way. The explosion at the press conference, the shooting of his own wife, these were the actions of a man who had abandoned all restraint, all humanity. Security around Catherine and me was tightened further. The hospital room was guarded around the clock, visitors strictly limited and thoroughly screened. My home was similarly protected, though I rarely went there, preferring to stay close to Catherine as she recovered. 2 weeks after the shooting, Catherine was strong enough to be moved from the ICU to a private room. The doctors were cautiously optimistic about her progress, though they warned that full recovery would take months, not weeks. You should go home, she urged me one evening. Get some real rest, sleep in your own bed. I'm safe here, with all this security. I will, I promised. Soon, but not quite yet. The truth was, I was afraid to leave her. Not just because of the threat Derek still posed, but because our reconnection felt so fragile, so tentative. As if the moment I stepped away, the walls might go back up, the old patterns of resentment and misunderstanding might reassert themselves. But Catherine seemed to read my thoughts, as she often could. I'm not going anywhere, Mom, she said gently. Physically or emotionally. We've come too far to go back to how things were. I know, I said, though the reassurance helped more than I wanted to admit. It's just... You're afraid, she finished for me, of losing me again. I understand. I'm afraid, too, of losing you, of losing myself, of losing this second chance we've been given. I nodded, words momentarily beyond me. But we can't live in fear, she continued. That's what Derek wants, for us to be afraid, to be looking over our shoulders, to let him control our lives even from a distance. She was right, of course. In focusing so obsessively on protecting Catherine, on capturing Derek, I had allowed him to dictate the terms of our existence. Had given him a power over us that he didn't deserve. You're right, I said, making a decision. I'll go home tonight. Get some real rest, take care of a few things at the house. But I'll be back first thing in the morning. Promise? She asked, and for a moment I saw a glimpse of the little girl she had once been, seeking reassurance that her mother would always return. Promise, I said firmly. That evening, as the security team escorted me home, I felt a strange mix of relief and trepidation. The house had been sitting empty for weeks, maintained by staff but unlived in. It would be good to sleep in my own bed, to shower in my own bathroom, to spend a few hours in familiar surroundings. But as the car pulled into the driveway, I couldn't shake a sense of unease. The house looked different somehow, darker, more forbidding than I remembered. Perhaps it was just the contrast with the sterile brightness of the hospital, or perhaps it was my own anxiety projecting itself onto the familiar facade. The security team did a thorough sweep of the house before allowing me inside, checking every room, every closet, every possible hiding place. All clear, they assured me. I was safe. Yet the unease persisted as I moved through the rooms, reacquainting myself with the space that had once been my sanctuary. Everything was just as I had left it, yet nothing felt the same. Harold's absence, once a raw wound, had faded to a dull ache. The house no longer felt like ours, but neither did it feel fully mine. Perhaps it was time for a change, I thought as I prepared for bed. A fresh start, a new home without the weight of memories, both good and painful, that permeated this one. Something to discuss with Catherine when she was stronger, part of our mutual reinvention. I fell asleep easily, exhausted from weeks of hospital chairs and cots, the comfort of my own bed a luxury I had almost forgotten. But my sleep was restless, troubled by dreams I couldn't quite remember upon waking. Something had disturbed me, a sound, a presence, a shift in the air of the room. I opened my eyes to darkness, the digital clock on my nightstand showing 3:17 a.m. And then I heard it again, a soft creak like a floorboard settling, or a footstep, carefully placed. I lay perfectly still, straining to listen over the pounding of my heart. Was it just the house, the normal noises of an old structure at night? Or was it someone else? The security team was outside, watching the perimeter. They had checked the house thoroughly before I entered. I was safe. I had to be safe. Another creak, closer now, and a shadow, darker than the darkness, moving across my bedroom doorway. Not my imagination. Not the house settling. Someone was in my home. Derek. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, moving as slowly and silently as possible. My fingers had just closed around it when the shadow resolved into a solid form. A man standing in my doorway, his silhouette unmistakable even in the darkness. "Hello, Eleanor," Derek said, his voice chillingly calm. "Did you miss me?" My finger hovered over the emergency button on my phone, a direct line to the security team outside. One press, and they would come running. But how quickly? Quickly enough? "The security team won't help you," Derek said, as if reading my thoughts. "They're indisposed at the moment. It's just you and me, the way it should be for our final conversation." "What do you want, Derek?" I asked, my voice steadier than I expected. He laughed softly. "What do I want? That's a complicated question, Eleanor. Revenge, certainly. Justice, from my perspective. An ending to this story that satisfies me, if not you." "The police are looking for you everywhere," I said, trying to keep him talking to buy time. "The FBI, Interpol. You can't run forever." "I don't intend to," he said simply. "But neither do I intend to be taken alive. And before I go, I have unfinished business with you." He moved further into the room, and I saw the glint of metal in his hand. A gun like the one he had used to shoot Catherine. My heart raced, but I forced myself to remain calm, to think clearly. "Catherine is recovering well," I said, "a calculated risk. The doctors expect a full recovery." He paused, something flickering across his face. Regret? Pain? It was gone too quickly to identify. "I never meant to shoot her," he said after a moment. "That was an accident. The gun discharged during our struggle." "An accident," I repeated flatly. "Like the explosion at the press conference? Like the fire at the company?" His expression hardened. "Those were necessary. Strategic. Catherine's shooting was regrettable. A complication I hadn't anticipated. Because she turned against you," I said. "Because she finally saw you for what you are." Anger flashed in his eyes. "What I am? And what exactly is that, Eleanor? A man who wanted what was rightfully his? Who tried to claim his share of a fortune that should have been his through marriage? Who fought back when everything was taken from him? A con man," I said bluntly. "A manipulator who targeted my daughter for her money, who embezzled from her father's company, who tried to destroy everything we built when your schemes failed." He took another step closer, the gun now clearly visible, pointed at my chest. A convenient narrative, but not the whole truth. Catherine came to me willingly. She wanted what I offered, freedom from your shadow, from Harold's expectations, from the gilded cage you both had built for her. And did she also want to become a fugitive? A thief? An arsonist? I countered, my anger overriding my fear. Did she want to betray everything she was raised to value? "She wanted to be seen," Derek said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "To be valued for herself, not as Harold's daughter or your reflection. And I saw her. I valued her. Until she betrayed me, chose you over me." A strange calm settled over me. This man, this delusional, dangerous man, actually believed he had loved Catherine. That his exploitation of her insecurities, his manipulation of her vulnerabilities, had been some form of appreciation, of validation. "You never loved her," I said quietly. "You loved what she represented. Access to wealth, to status, to the life you felt entitled to but couldn't achieve on your own." The gun wavered slightly, then steadied. "You don't know anything about me or about my feelings for Catherine. I know enough, I said. I know you're a coward, Derek. Breaking into an old woman's bedroom in the middle of the night, pointing a gun at an unarmed opponent. Is this how you imagined your grand revenge? Is this the story you'll tell yourself as you run from the law for the rest of your life? His face contorted with rage. Shut up. You don't get to judge me, to psychoanalyze me. You're the one who turned Catherine against me, who poisoned her mind, who stole everything I had worked for. No, Derek, I said, a strange calm filling me. You did all of that yourself. With your lies, your manipulation, your violence. You lost Catherine the moment you showed her who you really are. He raised the gun higher, aiming now at my head. Enough talking. I didn't come here for conversation. I came here to end this, to make you pay for what you've done. I should have been terrified. Should have been begging for my life, pleading for mercy. But all I felt was a profound sadness for Catherine, who had been victimized by this man, for Harold, who had seen the danger but hadn't lived to protect us from it, and yes, even for Derek himself, so consumed by greed and entitlement that he had destroyed whatever good might once have existed within him. Go ahead, then, I said softly. Pull the trigger. Prove that everything Catherine now believes about you is true. Show the world the real Derek Erickson, a man who murders defenseless women in their beds. His hand trembled, the gun wavering between us. You think I won't do it? You think I don't have it in me? I think you're a coward, I repeated. A small, pathetic man who preys on the vulnerable, who runs when confronted, who blames others for his own failures. Shut up, he snarled, taking another step closer, the gun now inches from my face. Just shut up and die, you interfering old bitch. I closed my eyes, waiting for the shot, for the end. But it didn't come. Instead, there was a crash from somewhere downstairs, followed by shouting voices, heavy footsteps on the stairs. Police! Drop your weapon. Derek's head whipped toward the bedroom door, his expression a mask of panic and rage. For a moment, I thought he might shoot me anyway, a final act of spite before his own capture or death. But self-preservation won out. He turned and ran for the balcony doors, flinging them open and disappearing into the night just as armed officers burst into the bedroom. Mrs. Mitchell, are you hurt? I shook my head, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. The adrenaline that had sustained me during my confrontation with Derek was fading, leaving me shaking, nauseated, on the verge of collapse. He went out the balcony, I managed to say, just seconds ago. The officers rushed to the balcony, radioing to their colleagues outside. More shouting, more footsteps, the beam of flashlights cutting through the darkness of the garden below. And then a single gunshot, echoing through the night air. I flinched, my hand flying to my mouth. Had Derek shot one of the officers? Had they shot him? Minutes passed, agonizingly slow, before an officer returned to my bedroom. We need you to stay inside, ma'am. The situation is developing. What happened? I demanded. Was that a gunshot? Is anyone hurt? He hesitated, then said, the suspect is down. That's all I can tell you right now.
Down.
The euphemism hung in the air between us. Dead? Injured? In custody? I sat on the edge of my bed, wrapped in a blanket someone had draped around my shoulders, and waited. The house filled with law enforcement personnel, local police, FBI agents, crime scene technicians. Questions were asked, statements taken, evidence collected. Finally, as dawn began to lighten the sky outside my window, a detective I recognized from the hospital, the one who had been interviewing Catherine, appeared in my doorway. Mrs. Mitchell, he said, his expression solemn. I wanted to update you personally. Derek Erickson is dead. He took his own life when he realized he was surrounded, with no chance of escape. The words should have brought relief, closure, a sense that the nightmare was finally over. Instead, I felt only a profound weariness, a bone-deep sadness for all that had been lost, all that had been broken beyond repair. Catherine? I asked. Does she know? We've informed the hospital security team. They'll tell her when she wakes. I nodded, too exhausted for further questions. The detective seemed to understand. withdrawing after assuring me that the scene would be processed as quickly as possible, that I could return to the hospital as soon as I felt able. But as I showered and dressed, preparing to return to Catherine's side, I realized that Derek's death didn't feel like an ending. It felt like a pause, a moment of stillness before the next chapter began. The chapter in which Catherine and I would rebuild not just the company, but our relationship. The chapter in which we would both have to face the legal, financial, and emotional consequences of everything that had happened. The chapter that would determine whether Harold's legacy, both the business he had built and the family he had loved, could survive the storm that had nearly destroyed it. As I left the house, the sun was rising fully now, casting long shadows across the garden where Derek had died. A fitting metaphor, perhaps, light and shadow, hope and despair, life and death, all intertwined in the complex tapestry of our existence. Catherine was awake when I arrived at the hospital, her eyes red-rimmed but dry, her expression composed but somber. She knew, then. The news had already reached her. "Mom," she said as I entered, holding out her hand to me. "Are you okay? They told me Derek broke into the house, that he threatened you." "I'm fine," I assured her, taking her hand, squeezing it gently, more shaken than hurt. "And Derek?" She hesitated. "They said he's dead, that he shot himself." I nodded, watching her face carefully for her reaction.
Yes.
When he realized he was surrounded, that there was no escape. She closed her eyes briefly, a complex mix of emotions crossing her face: grief, relief, regret, resignation. "It's over, then," she said finally, opening her eyes to meet mine. "Really over?" "Yes," I agreed. "At least this part. We still have a long road ahead, but Derek can't hurt us anymore." She nodded, tears filling her eyes but not falling. "I don't know what to feel," she admitted. "Part of me is relieved, grateful that he can't harm you, or me, or anyone else. Part of me is sad, I guess, for what might have been if he had been different, if I had been different." "That's normal," I said gently. "Grief is complicated, especially when the relationship was as complex as yours with Derek." "Was any of it real?" she asked, her voice small. "Did he ever really love me? Or was it all just a con from the beginning?" It was the question I had been dreading, the one I didn't know how to answer honestly without causing more pain. But Catherine deserved the truth, or at least as much of it as I understood. "I don't know," I said finally. I think Derek was capable of feeling something like love, but it was always tangled up with his other motivations: greed, ambition, a desire for status and revenge. Whether that counts as real love, that's something only you can decide." She considered this, her expression thoughtful despite her exhaustion. "I think," she said slowly, "that real love is selfless. It wants what's best for the other person, even when that conflicts with what you want for yourself. By that definition, no, Derek didn't love me. Not really." "And you?" I asked gently. "Did you love him?" She looked away, her gaze fixed on some point outside the window. "I thought I did.
I wanted to.
But looking back, I think I was in love with the idea of him, with the freedom he represented, with the attention he gave me, not with the actual person." It was an insightful observation, a sign of the emotional growth Catherine had undergone through this ordeal. The daughter who had once been so easily manipulated, so desperate for validation that she had fallen prey to Derek's schemes, was evolving into a woman capable of clear-eyed self-reflection. "What happens now?" she asked, turning back to me. "With the company? With us? With everything?" "Copier publicar now," I said, taking her hand again. "We rebuild. The company, our relationship, our lives, one step at a time." Catherine's eyes, so like Harold's, met mine with cautious hope. "Do you really think that's possible? After everything I've done?" "I know it is," I said firmly. "It won't be easy. There will be legal consequences to face, trust to rebuild, wounds to heal. But yes, Catherine, I believe it's possible." She squeezed my hand, a silent acknowledgement of the difficult road ahead. "Where do we start?" "With the truth," I said. "All of it, no matter how painful." to the authorities, to the board, to each other. No more secrets, no more lies. And so began the most challenging, exhausting, and ultimately transformative period of our lives. The legal reckoning came first. With Derek gone, Catherine became the primary focus of the criminal investigation into the embezzlement, the arson, and the corporate espionage. Her cooperation was complete and unflinching. She provided documents, testified against Derek's accomplices, and accepted full responsibility for her own actions. In exchange for her cooperation, the prosecutors agreed to a plea deal, guilty pleas to reduce charges of embezzlement and conspiracy, with the more serious charges of arson and espionage dropped. The sentence was still significant: 5 years probation, 2,000 hours of community service, and full restitution of the embezzled funds, but it kept her out of prison, gave her a chance to make amends. The day of her sentencing, I sat in the courtroom, watching as my daughter stood before the judge, her spine straight despite the weight on her shoulders. "Ms. Mitchell," the judge said, her tone stern but not unkind, "you have pled guilty to serious crimes against your father's company and legacy. You have betrayed the trust of your family, your colleagues, and your community. These actions warrant severe consequences." Catherine nodded, accepting the rebuke without protest. "However," the judge continued, "I have also taken into account your cooperation with authorities, your evident remorse, and the extraordinary circumstances of your husband's manipulation and abuse. The court believes that justice, in this case, is better served by rehabilitation than by incarceration." Relief washed over me as the judge pronounced the sentence, exactly what the prosecutors had recommended. Catherine would have a chance to rebuild her life, to make amends, to find redemption. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed us, shouting questions, cameras flashing. Catherine, still recovering physically from her gunshot wound and emotionally from Derek's death, shrank against me. "Mrs. Mitchell, how do you feel about your daughter's sentence?" "Catherine, will you return to Mitchell Industries after your probation? Is it true that Derek Erickson was working with foreign entities to steal company secrets?" Roger pushed through the crowd, creating a path to the waiting car. "No questions at this time," he said firmly. "The Mitchell family is focused on healing and moving forward." In the sanctuary of the car, Catherine collapsed against the seat, exhaustion etched on her face. "That was just a taste of what's to come, wasn't it?" she asked. "The public scrutiny, the questions, the judgment." "Yes," I said honestly, "but it will get easier with time, and we'll face it together." The next challenge was the company. Mitchell Industries had weathered the crisis remarkably well, thanks in large part to the successful rebuilding of the quantum encryption technology. But the aborted announcement, the fire, the public scandal, all had taken their toll on investor confidence and market position. It was time for a rebirth, a public declaration that Mitchell Industries had not just survived but emerged stronger. And this time, Catherine would be part of it, not as an adversary, but as an ally. "Are you sure about this?" she asked as we prepared for the rescheduled press conference, now 3 months after the disastrous first attempt. "Having me there might remind everyone of the scandal, of everything that went wrong." "Having you there shows that we've healed, that we're united," I countered. "Besides, it was your father's company. Despite everything, you're still his daughter, still part of his legacy." She nodded, but uncertainty lingered in her eyes. "The board agreed to this? After everything I did?" "The board follows my lead now," I said with a small smile. "And I believe in second chances." The press conference was held at a different venue, not the glass atrium where Derek had caused chaos, but the auditorium of the city's Science Museum, a place Harold had supported generously throughout his life. A fitting location to announce the technology that represented his final innovation. Security was intense, but discreet, the audience carefully screened, the proceedings meticulously planned to avoid any hint of the disaster that had marred the first announcement. Catherine would not speak. That would have been too controversial, too soon, but her presence beside me on the stage would send a powerful message of reconciliation and renewal. As we waited in the wings for our cue, Catherine fidgeted with the cuff of her blouse, a nervous habit from childhood. What if they boo? Or shout accusations? They won't, I assured her. And if they do, we'll handle it with dignity. Remember, you've admitted your mistakes, you're making amends. That counts for something, even in today's world. She nodded, straightening her shoulders as the museum director approached the podium to introduce us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present the chairwoman of Mitchell Industries, Mrs. Eleanor Mitchell, and her daughter, Catherine Mitchell. The applause as we walked onto the stage was polite, reserved, but not hostile. No boos, no shouts, no protest, just a room full of journalists, investors, and industry analysts waiting to hear what we had to say. I approached the podium, Catherine standing slightly behind me, a visible presence, but not the focus. The script had been carefully crafted, every word vetted by lawyers, PR consultants, and board members. But as I looked out at the audience, I suddenly set it aside. 6 months ago, Mitchell Industries faced a series of challenges that would have destroyed most companies. The death of our founder, Harold Mitchell, an embezzlement scandal, a fire that devastated our research facilities, the theft of intellectual property, a hostile takeover attempt. The room was silent, every eye fixed on me. The conventional wisdom was that we were finished, that Mitchell Industries would be sold off in pieces, its legacy fragmented, its innovations lost to competitors. Many predicted my retirement, a quiet retreat into widowhood, while others fought over what remained of my husband's life's work. I paused, allowing the gravity of that scenario to sink in. But Harold Mitchell did not build a company that would collapse at the first sign of adversity. He built an organization with resilience in its DNA, with innovation as its lifeblood, with integrity as its foundation. And he left that company in the hands of people who shared those values, who would fight to preserve them, even in the darkest hours. I gestured to Michael, who stood at the side of the stage, and to the board members seated in the front row. Today, I am proud to announce that Mitchell Industries has not just survived these challenges, we have transformed them into opportunities. The fire that destroyed our research facilities led to the creation of a new, state-of-the-art development center that is more advanced, more secure, and more innovative than anything we had before. Murmurs of surprise and interest rippled through the audience. The attempt to steal our quantum encryption technology forced us to rebuild it from the ground up, resulting in a system that is more robust, more versatile, and more revolutionary than the original design. And the leadership crisis united our board, our executive team, and our employees around a shared vision for the future of Mitchell Industries. I turned slightly, beckoning Catherine to step forward and stand beside me. Part of that future includes accountability for past mistakes and a commitment to moving forward with transparency and integrity. My daughter, Catherine, has taken responsibility for her role in the events of the past year. She has faced the legal consequences of her actions, has made restitution, and is now focused on making amends, to the company, to the employees, and to me. Catherine's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but her posture remained straight, her gaze steady as she faced the audience. Mitchell Industries was founded on the belief that technology should serve humanity, should make our world safer and more connected. The quantum encryption system we are announcing today embodies that belief. It represents a leap forward in data security, protecting everything from personal communications to national infrastructure from the threats of an increasingly complex digital landscape. I gestured to Michael, who stepped forward to begin the technical presentation, complete with demonstrations, testimonials from beta testers, and projections of market impact. As he spoke, I watched the audience's reaction transform from skepticism to interest to genuine excitement. By the time we reached the Q&A portion, the energy in the room had shifted completely. The questions focused primarily on the technology, the company's future plans, the potential applications across industries. Only a few journalists raised the more delicate topics of the scandal, Derek's death, or Catherine's legal troubles, and even these were asked with a respect that acknowledged our willingness to address them openly. Mrs. Mitchell, one reporter asked toward the end of the session, given everything you and your family have been through, many would have chosen to sell the company and walk away. What made you decide to stay and fight? I considered the question carefully, aware that my answer would be quoted in business publications and discussed in boardrooms across the country. Harold and I built Mitchell Industries together, I said finally. Not just as a business, but as a legacy for our daughter, for our employees, for the communities we serve. Walking away would have been easier, certainly, but it would have betrayed everything we worked for, everything we believed in. I glanced at Catherine, then back at the reporter. And I was raised to believe that when things get difficult, you don't run. You stand your ground, you face the challenge, and you emerge stronger for having weathered the storm. The response earned a spontaneous round of applause, the first truly enthusiastic reaction of the day. As the press conference concluded, Catherine and I were surrounded by well-wishers, potential clients, investors eager to discuss opportunities. "You did it," Roger murmured in my ear as he escorted us through the crowd. "You've turned the tide. The stock is already up 12%, and the initial reviews of the technology are glowing." "We did it," I corrected, including him, Michael, and the entire team in the victory. All of us, together. The weeks following the announcement were a whirlwind of activity. Orders for the quantum encryption system flooded in, exceeding even our most optimistic projections. The stock price soared, erasing the losses from the crisis period and reaching new heights. Competitors scrambled to catch up, but our year-long head start gave us a commanding position in the market. Catherine, bound by the terms of her probation, could not work directly for the company. Instead, she focused on her community service, which she chose to fulfill by establishing a foundation in Harold's name to support STEM education for underprivileged children. It was meaningful work that honored her father's legacy, while allowing her to use her skills and connections for good. Our relationship, once fractured beyond recognition, healed slowly but steadily. There were difficult conversations, painful revelations, moments of doubt and regression. But beneath it all was a bedrock of love that had survived the worst betrayals, the deepest wounds. "Do you think Dad would be proud?" Catherine asked one evening as we sat in my living room, reviewing the Foundation's latest initiatives. "Of what we've accomplished, of how we've rebuilt." "I know he would," I said without hesitation. "He always believed in redemption, in second chances. And he never gave up on you, even when he was most disappointed." She nodded, a shadow crossing her face at the memory of her father's discovery of her betrayal. "I wish I could tell him I'm sorry, that I understand now what he was trying to teach me all those years." "He knew," I said gently. "Maybe not the specifics, but he knew your heart. That's why he structured things the way he did. Not to punish you, but to protect you from yourself, to give you time to find your way back." She was silent for a moment, absorbing this. "And you? Have you forgiven me, truly? Not just because I'm your daughter, but because you believe I've changed." It was a fair question, one that deserved an honest answer. I considered it carefully before responding. "Yes," I said finally. "I see the work you're doing, the responsibility you've taken, the person you're becoming. Forgiveness isn't a single moment, Catherine. It's a process, a choice we make every day. And yes, I choose to forgive you, to believe in the woman you are now rather than the mistakes of your past." Relief washed over her face, followed by a determination that reminded me powerfully of Harold. "I won't let you down again," she promised. "Either of you." "I know," I said simply. 1 year to the day after Harold's death, we stood together at his grave, placing fresh flowers against the polished granite headstone. The weather was perfect, clear blue skies, gentle breeze, the cemetery peaceful and serene around us. "I can't believe it's been a year," Catherine said softly. "So much has happened, so much has changed. And yet some things remain constant." I added, thinking of Harold's presence that I still felt in quiet moments, his voice I sometimes heard in my dreams, his wisdom that continued to guide me. We stood in silence for a while, each lost in our own thoughts, our own conversations with the man we had both loved in our different ways. Then Catherine spoke again, her voice stronger now. "I've been thinking about the future," she said. "About what happens when my probation ends, when I've fulfilled all the terms of my sentence." "And?" I prompted when she hesitated. I don't think I want to return to Mitchell Industries, she said. Not directly, anyway. The foundation work, it feels right in a way that the corporate world never did for me. I think that's where I can make the most difference, honor Dad's legacy in my own way. I nodded, unsurprised by her decision. Catherine had found her calling in the foundation work, had discovered a passion for education and mentorship that utilized her strengths, while allowing her to make amends for her past. I think that's wise, I said. And I think your father would approve. What about you? She asked. Will you stay on as chairwoman indefinitely? Or is there a succession plan? I smiled slightly. As a matter of fact, I've been discussing that with the board. Michael has proven himself more than capable as president and COO. In another year or two, I think he'll be ready to step into the CEO role, with me remaining as chairwoman, but in a less hands-on capacity. And then, Catherine pressed. What does Eleanor Mitchell do when she's not running a multinational corporation? It was a question I had been asking myself with increasing frequency. The past year had been all-consuming, leaving little time for reflection on my own future, my own desires beyond the immediate needs of the company and our recovery. I'm not entirely sure, I admitted. Travel, perhaps. There are so many places, Harold, and I always plan to visit someday. Or maybe writing. I've had some thoughts about a memoir, not just of this past year, but of the whole journey of building a company, a marriage, a life. You should do it, Catherine encouraged. All of it. The travel, the writing, whatever brings you joy.
You've earned it, Mom.
After everything you've been through, everything you've accomplished, you deserve to focus on yourself for a change. The sentiment touched me deeply, not just for its kindness, but for what it represented. Catherine thinking of my needs, my happiness, rather than her own. It was perhaps the clearest sign yet of how far she had come, how much she had grown. Thank you, I said simply. I'll consider it. As we turned to leave the cemetery, Catherine linked her arm through mine, a gesture of affection and support that had once been commonplace between us, but had become precious in its rarity over the troubled years. He'd be proud of you, you know, she said as we walked. Of how you held everything together, how you fought for his legacy, how you didn't give up on me even when you had every reason to. He'd be proud of both of us, I corrected gently. Of how we found our way back to each other, despite everything. The company continued to thrive under our leadership, the quantum encryption technology establishing Mitchell Industries as a global leader in cybersecurity. The scandal that had once threatened to destroy us became a footnote in our corporate history, overshadowed by our subsequent innovations and success. Catherine's foundation grew as well, expanding from local programs to national initiatives, partnering with universities and tech companies to create pathways for underprivileged students into STEM careers. She became known not as Harold Mitchell's disgraced daughter, but as a philanthropist and advocate in her own right, her past mistakes transformed into a powerful narrative of redemption and purpose. And I found my own path forward, gradually stepping back from day-to-day operations as Michael took on more responsibility, dedicating time to mentoring women in business, and yes, beginning to write the memoir Catherine had encouraged. The story of Harold and me, of the company we built, of the family we loved, of the legacy that endured despite the forces that had threatened to destroy it. 2 years after Harold's death, Mitchell Industries held its annual shareholders meeting, a triumphant affair celebrating record profits, groundbreaking new technologies, and a stock price that had tripled since the dark days of the crisis. As chairwoman, I delivered the opening remarks, reflecting on our journey and outlining our vision for the future. Mitchell Industries was founded on the belief that innovation should serve humanity, I concluded. That technology should bring us together, not drive us apart. That integrity matters more than expediency, that relationships matter more than transactions, that legacy matters more than quarterly results. I paused, looking out at the assembled shareholders, board members, executives, and special guests, including Catherine, seated in the front row. Those values were tested in ways we could never have imagined, but they endured, as did we. And as I look to the future of Mitchell Industries, I see not just a company poised for continued success, but a community committed to making a difference in the world. That is Harold Mitchell's true legacy, and it is one I am profoundly honored to continue. The applause was thunderous, a standing ovation that brought tears to my eyes. As I stepped away from the podium, Michael leaned in to whisper, "Harold would be so proud." Yes, I agreed, my gaze finding Catherine in the crowd, our eyes meeting in shared understanding. I believe he would. Later that evening, as I prepared for the gala dinner that would conclude the shareholders' meeting, I paused before my bedroom mirror, studying my reflection. The woman who looked back at me was changed from the one who had answered that devastating phone call 2 years ago. Stronger, wiser, more resolute. The grief was still there, a shadow behind my eyes that would never completely disappear. But alongside it was a hard-won peace, a quiet confidence, a certainty about who I was and what I had accomplished. I fastened Harold's favorite necklace around my throat, a simple diamond pendant he had given me on our 30th anniversary. For my North Star, the card had read, "The one constant in my life, the light that always guides me home." "We did it, Harold," I whispered to his memory. "We saved the company. We saved our daughter. We saved your legacy." And I had saved myself in the process, discovered strengths I never knew I possessed, capabilities I had always attributed to Harold rather than claiming as my own. The woman who had once defined herself primarily as Harold Mitchell's wife now stood on her own, confident in her identity, secure in her achievements. The gala was a glittering affair, the ballroom of the city's finest hotel transformed into a showcase for Mitchell Industries' past, present, and future. Historical photographs and artifacts told the story of the company's founding and growth. Interactive displays demonstrated current technologies, including the quantum encryption system that had become our flagship product. And sleek concept models hinted at innovations still in development, the next chapter in our ongoing story. I circulated through the crowd, greeting shareholders, thanking employees, engaging with industry partners. Everywhere I went, I was met with respect, admiration, even a touch of awe, not as Harold's widow, but as the woman who had saved Mitchell Industries from the brink of destruction, who had transformed crisis into opportunity, who had rebuilt what had seemed irreparably broken. Catherine found me near the end of the evening, as the event was winding down. She looked beautiful in a simple black dress, her hair swept up in an elegant style that reminded me poignantly of my own mother. "Quite a celebration," she said, joining me at a quiet table near the edge of the room. "You should be proud. This is all because of you." "Not just me," I corrected. "Michael, Roger, the board, the employees who stayed loyal through the darkest days. And you, with your foundation work that's become such an important part of our corporate identity." She smiled, accepting the compliment with a grace that would have been impossible for her a few years ago. "Still, you were the linchpin, the one who held it all together when it could have fallen apart." We sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the remaining guests, the staff beginning to clear tables, the gentle winding down of a successful evening. "I received some news today," Catherine said finally. "Good news. The court has reviewed my case, my compliance with all terms of my probation, the work I've done with the foundation. They've agreed to terminate my probation early, to expunge the record once I've completed the community service hours." "Catherine, that's wonderful," I exclaimed, genuinely delighted for her. "You've earned it truly." "There's more," she continued, a nervous excitement in her voice now. "I've been invited to join the board of the National STEM Education Coalition. It's a prestigious position, a chance to influence policy at the federal level." "I'm so proud of you," I said, reaching across the table to squeeze her hand. "Your father would be bursting with pride, too." She squeezed back, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "I keep thinking about something Dad used to say, about how our greatest setbacks often contain the seeds of our greatest opportunities."
I didn't understand it then.
"I do now." I nodded, remembering Harold's optimism even in the face of business challenges, his certainty that every problem contained its own solution if you looked at it from the right angle. "He was right," I said. "About that and about so many things. Including you," Catherine added softly. "He always said you were the strongest person he knew."
I didn't see it then.
"I do now." The compliment warmed me, not just for its kindness, but for what it represented, Catherine's recognition of me as an individual, not just as an extension of Harold or a reflection of her own needs and expectations.
"Thank you," I said simply.
"That means a great deal coming from you." As the evening concluded and we prepared to leave, Catherine linked her arm through mine once again, a gesture that had become natural between us once more, a physical manifestation of the bond we had rebuilt. "Ready to go home, Mom?" she asked.
Home.
The word carried so many meanings now. The house I had shared with Harold, the company we had built together, the relationship with Catherine we had fought to save. All of them damaged, all of them rebuilt, all of them stronger for having been tested by fire. "Yes," I said, smiling at my daughter. "I'm ready." Outside, the night was clear and cool, the stars visible despite the city lights, the future stretching before us with possibilities neither of us could have imagined in our darkest moments. As our car pulled away from the hotel, I looked back at the building where we had just celebrated not just the company's success, but our own resilience, our capacity to transform tragedy into triumph, betrayal into reconciliation, endings into beginnings. 2 years ago, I had been a grieving widow, betrayed by my own daughter, facing the potential destruction of everything my husband and I had built. I had felt lost, alone, inadequate to the challenges before me. Now, I was the chairwoman of a thriving company, reconciled with my daughter, secure in my identity and capabilities, looking forward to a future full of purpose and possibility. The transformation hadn't been easy or quick. It had required courage, determination, forgiveness, and a willingness to face painful truths. It had demanded that I become someone stronger, more resilient, more self-reliant than I had ever believed possible. But I had done it. We had done it. Together and separately, we had faced our greatest challenges and emerged not just intact, but renewed. As the city lights receded behind us and we headed toward home, I thought about the woman I had been at the beginning of this journey, sitting in that lawyer's office, hearing the words that had changed everything. All assets, totaling $50 million, are left solely to my wife. Harold had believed in me even when I didn't believe in myself, had seen strengths in me that I had never recognized, had trusted me to protect his legacy, to find my own path, to ultimately save not just the company, but our daughter as well. In the end, his greatest gift hadn't been the money, the company, or even the legal protections he had put in place. It had been his unwavering faith in me, a faith that had become my own, a certainty about who I was and what I was capable of that no one could ever take away. Catherine had dozed off beside me, her head resting lightly on my shoulder, trust and vulnerability in a gesture that would have been unthinkable during our estrangement. I studied her face in repose, seeing echoes of the child she had been, glimpses of the woman she was becoming, shadows of Harold in the curve of her jaw, the arch of her eyebrows. We had both been transformed by this journey, had both discovered capabilities and strengths we hadn't known we possessed, had both learned that real power comes not from wealth or position, but from integrity, resilience, and the courage to face our own failures. As the car turned into the driveway of my home, our home, in many ways, though Catherine now had her own apartment downtown, I felt a sense of completion, of having come full circle while simultaneously moving forward into a new chapter. 2 years ago, I had stood in this same driveway, shattered by grief and betrayal, uncertain of my future, afraid of what lay ahead. Now, I returned in triumph, secure in my identity, confident in my capabilities, at peace with my past, and optimistic about my future. The journey had been painful, the challenges nearly overwhelming, the losses profound. But I had survived. More than survived, I had thrived, had discovered depths of strength and resilience I had never known I possessed. And in doing so, I had honored Harold's faith in me, had protected his legacy, had transformed his final gift into something neither of us could have imagined. Not just $50 million, but a second chance. A new beginning. A life reclaimed and redefined on my own terms. As Catherine stirred beside me, opening her eyes with a sleepy smile, I thought about the note she had left me during our darkest days. "This is far from over, Mother." She had been right, though not in the way she had intended. This journey of ours, of loss and recovery, of betrayal and reconciliation, of endings and beginnings, was indeed far from over. It was, in many ways, just beginning. And I was ready for whatever came next, secure in the knowledge that I had faced the worst and emerged stronger, wiser, more fully myself than I had ever been before. The $50 million had been Harold's final gift to me. But the woman I had become, resilient, capable, confident, that was the gift I had given myself. And it was worth more than all the money in the world.